Good morning, Mr. Ramatsekisa. Thank you.
Chair, the witness this morning is Mr. Mantsha Rapeshu, who is a senior investigator at IDAC.
Good morning, Mr. Raphesu.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners.
Are you going to be swearing or affirming?
I will swear, Chair.
Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you.
Chair, just as a matter of housekeeping on our approach to the evidence this morning. So the witness will not be reading the statement into the record. Rather, I'll be guiding the witness through the statement thematically, and he will give an explanation of each section, and then we can pose those questions for each section during that period.
May I find out why that choice of process? No, I'm not at all, I'm not querying it as such, I just want to know.
Chair, was there something in my face that...
I'll tell you why. We had an experience with one of the ego-ruling witnesses. He went on and on and on. He too was not reading until at some point I said, can't we find a way of going quicker? And he was then done within 5 minutes after I had made that request to him.
Chair, in consultation with the witness in the lead up to providing the evidence, we tried to ascertain how best and how comfortable he would be, whether it be reading or explaining. And he expressed that he's much better at conveying the key aspects of his statement than to read word for word, and that's his preference. If, Chair, it seems like we are unable to get through the statement with relative progress with this method, then we may revert to reading. But for now, the witness has expressed that he's far more comfortable and more efficient with explaining than reading.
Thank you, Ms. Bowen. Okay, let's see how it goes, Ms. Bowen.
Thank you, Chair. I'm indebted. Mr. Raphesu, Commissioners, there should be one file in front of you which contains the witness statement. And you will see at the front of the file, there's the statement, and at the back are the annexures from 1 to 11. Do you have that file in front of you?
Correct, Chair.
And if you go to the statement, if you proceed to page 20 of the statement, can you confirm that that is your signature at the end of that statement?
I confirm, Chair.
And do you confirm that this statement was prepared by you for purposes of giving testimony before the Commission?
I confirm, Chair.
And do you confirm the contents and the correctness of the statement?
Confirmed, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Raphesu, if we can go then to your statement and just look at it thematically, can you explain to the Commission the role that you currently hold within the institution?
I'm a senior investigator at the IDAC.
Thank you. And which of the matters were you involved in?
I was initially involved in the so-called Lushaba matter and the Mokwele matter, which was before called the Madondo matter.
All right, thank you. And now, before we get into the contents of those 3 or 2 investigations, can you give a brief background of your previous employment history?
I was employed at IPIT. I actually started as an intern at IPIT 2004. Later appointed as an analyst or a monitor at the Johannesburg office of IPIT. I think it was in 2005. I was appointed as a senior investigator in 2007. I worked at the Johannesburg office as a senior investigator until at around October 2016 when I moved to the national office. There was a unit at the national office where I was seconded there. I was seconded at the national office up until 2019 when I was seconded again to the IDAC.
And after your secondment to IDAC, did you then remain in IDAC, and when were you made permanent?
Yes, I remained at IDAC until I was appointed as a senior investigator again at IDAC in 2025 Feb.
Thank you. And then you mentioned that you worked as a senior investigator for IPID in the National Specialized Investigative Team. What kind of investigations did you deal with?
We were dealing with the cases that will be of the same mandate as the IDAC, serious, complex cases, corruption cases. We were sort of an anti-corruption unit of the IPID.
Thank you. Then, once you were involved in, you were permanently at IDAC, you also give examples of the type of cases you've been involved in.
Yes, Chair. There are different groups at IDAC, so you'll get the groups that are working on SOE's cases, you'll get the security sector cases. So I was mainly involved in assisting in the Estina cases, the Dinel, your Transnet cases, the PIC matters that are emanating from the security sector, and the speaker matter.
Thank you.
So I was also involved in the operation diversion that was spoken about, so I was also part of that.
Right, thank you, Officer. Commissioners, that would cover paragraphs 7 and 8 of the statement. And just so that we don't move past it, can you just give a summary of your qualifications prior to joining the investigative field?
Yes. Just to give a background, I'm from Limpopo. I attended school, primaries, high school, around the area there, in Teflop. So from there I moved to Tshwane University of Technology, where I did my diploma there. So
and that was in 2024, so if you can look at
2020,
paragraph 5. You obtained the National Diploma in Legal Assistance, 2024. Yes.
2004.
Oh,
2004.
2004. My apologies.
So during my employment, I also obtained other certificates which will be the asset forfeitures, the anti-corruption trainings, detective learning course that was in Cape Town at PAL, I think it was 2015. I also attended some FATF training, Financial Action Task Force, and Interpol training.
Right.
You've never been a policeman. You are an investigator, not a police officer.
That is correct, Commissioner. I've never been a police officer. Straight from school, straight at IPIT since then.
Thank you.
And then you just note that you are also a commissioner of oaths, is that so?
That is correct, Chair.
Thank you. Now let's deal with your employment within IDAC. You describe in your statement the investigative side of IDAC and who you report to. Can you give an overview of how the investigative side of IDAC is structured and who oversees?
The investigative structure, Chair of IDAC, we have a chief investigator that is overseeing the senior investigators and the investigators. So the structure will be, you will have the chief investigator, which recently there are two, but previously it was Mr. Dylan Perumal. So the senior investigators will then report to the chief investigator. It then means it's a level underneath the chief investigators.
Yes.
So underneath the senior investigators, you now get the investigators. So there's also a head of operations, which is Mr. Sisoko. So it then means the chiefs reports to Mr. Sisoko.
And who does Mr. Sisoko report to?
Mr. Sisoko will then be reporting to the head of the office, which will be Advocate Johnson.
Thank you. You also note that there's groupings of how the investigators are split. Can you explain that?
Yes, the groupings in the investigators, like I indicated, there's a new chief that has just joined us, which is Chief Lusanda Boy. So they will have two teams. So it then means the senior investigators will also be divided into two teams, and the investigators will be divided into two chiefs. So then it will mean the other group will report to Chief Boy, the other group will report to Chief Perumal.
And who do you report to?
Before Chief Boy came, we were all reporting to Chief Perumal, but recently I'm reporting to Chief Lusanda Boy.
Thank you. You then explain how matters are allocated to the investigators. Can you give us a rundown of how that happens? Assignments.
So basically, the investigators don't have a say, or they don't choose which project they belong to. So what will actually happen is let me just call them management, the upper level where chiefs, DPPs, and the head of office and Mr. Sisoko sits. They are the ones that decides who belongs where, who's going to work where. So what will happen is when the process is done, what will happen is you'll be called to a meeting where you will be told there's this project, the names of people that will be working on that project will be put on designation where everybody will know who's going to be working on that group.
All right, and then do you then also get a sense of the various disciplines that will be designated in that group?
Yes, you will get who's going to be the DPP on that project. You will also get the name of the prosecutors allocated. Sometimes it will be financial investigators allocated to assist. There will be also data capturers that will be part of that team.
And in your experience, in the composition of the team, is there always a DDPP?
Chair, yes, in the composition of the team, there should be always a DPP. But there will be instances where maybe there's no DPP. Sometimes it happens.
So when you say sometimes it happens that there is no DDPP, is that often?
No, it's not often.
How many times? Oh.
Sorry, maybe let's check. You speak of it, Ms. Powes is asking you about a Deputy Director Public Prosecutions. You're talking about a DPP.
Oh, no,
So I think
it's my bad,
you're
my
talking
mistake.
past each other.
Yes, it's supposed to be DDP. Deputy Director. I'll just stick to Deputy Director, Chair.
Yes. So in most instances, there is a deputy director.
That is correct, Chair.
Is that in terms of a policy or just a practice that generally exists?
That is the way we knew how it's supposed to be.
All right. Commissioners, that should deal with paragraphs 9 and 10 of the statement. You then explain that matters usually emanate from two sources. Can you explain those two sources? The commission side and then the section 27 side.
Before you do that, in paragraph 10, that very last statement, the very last statement where you say the chief investigator, are you at paragraph 10? The last statement, you say the chief investigator and the prosecutor take the lead in briefing the team. Can you just explain how that works in practice?
Chair, the lead investigator and the lead prosecutors, or chief. So
Investigator.
the two are part of what I was referring to as management. So at our level, we will not know the contents of what the operation is going to be about. So they basically cascading what has been discussed in the management level, putting it down to us so that we can be able to understand, because they are bringing information from this side, bringing it to ours this side.
Thank you.
Mr. Rapeshu, at paragraph
Yes.
11, you deal with where the matters emanate from. And you explain that it comes from either two sources.
That is correct, Chair. So the sources of information will come from the commissions of inquiries. Mostly cases that we're working from, they are coming from the Zondo Commission. So when you're getting cases that are coming from there, it is easier when I'm going to explain it from the previous paragraph 10 to indicate how, when we are briefed vis-a-vis the section 27 and the matters that are coming from the commission, how we deal with them.
Yes.
So the matters that are coming from the commission, you will get briefed, even if maybe the information is not so much making sense, or maybe there's some things missing. You also have a chance now to say, you can go back to the records of Zondo Commission, then you can try to suss out, or maybe to get more information from what is there to complement what you have been briefed about. I don't know if maybe I've put it in a...
And so you eventually go to the commission's records and get
Yes.
statements?
Just to get a more broader picture of what you'll be dealing with.
Okay.
So with regard to section 27, it's a bit challenging because you rely more on the briefing, but you don't have any other source there you can go to source out the information from.
All right. So in relation to the Section 27 referral, you will get a briefing, but that doesn't necessarily mean you'll get the referral itself.
That is correct, Chair.
And is there a policy that exists about whether or not you get access to the Section 27?
No, I don't know of any. Sometimes when you're working on a matter, you can't, let me not say you can't. There are some times where we will request for more information. It will depend on your chief or your prosecutor whether they want to give or not. So there's nothing that is saying you should be given or you should not be given.
And when...
Before these matters, the crime intelligence
Yes.
matters, had you worked on Section 27 referral matters before, investigated?
I did, Chair and Commissioners.
Okay, so you do have experience of how it works.
Yeah, it was only once
Okay,
before this one. This was the second one.
okay.
So if I can just explain with the first one. On the first one, the prosecutor that was, the lead prosecutor that we worked on with on the first one, she provided all the information that was necessary, that was relevant, and we didn't have any issues with that. But when it comes to this one, there was a bit of, the information was not forthcoming. Let me put it that way.
Thank you. So you made a request and the information was not forthcoming in this respect?
I didn't have to make a request with this one. It was made clear that we will not be getting that Section 27.
And who made that clear?
The advocate Ramsamy indicated that she was instructed that we should not be provided with that document.
Ms. Bowen, maybe to make it clear, we are referring to Mr. Fidel Adams' Section 27 referral, because when we say this one, it's not clear what this one is.
All right, my apologies, Commissioner Kumalo. The second matter with the
second
Section
matter-
27, that is the one that is referred to as the Adams referral.
That is correct, Chair.
Thank you. Now, you explained that usually once you get information, you do sort of a preliminary investigation. Can you explain how that works at paragraph 13?
Usually when we receive matters where the information is not...
It's sparse or...
Yeah. So we tend to take it upon ourselves to do a sort of a preliminary investigation. It can either be, even if the matter is coming from the commission, we will take it upon ourselves to go and search for more so that at least we have something that we work on. Even with this section 27, we often try to get whatever that we can. It can either be by going back to the person who referred the matter to try to find out if there's more that we can get from.
And you say how you work is you usually then do a report. Is that right?
That is correct. Sometimes, let me not say sometimes, in all my cases that I'm working on, I'll just do a short report indicating what I have done and what I've uncovered, and I'll advise the prosecutor on the developments of what was uncovered or during the investigation.
And if your preliminary report points to a lack of evidence, is that also something you communicate to the prosecutor at that stage?
That is correct, Chair.
Okay. And then at paragraph 14, you explain that you've been involved in only one other matter where there was a Section 27 referral. And there, what was your role?
My role was, I was put as an investigator. It then would mean that there was a lead investigator on that case. So the structure was, there was a chief, there was a lead investigator, then I was an investigator on that matter.
And generally, at what point do you get involved? You explain that your involvement only comes at a particular stage. Once, in this instance, once a 27 has been given to IDAC, you say you only get involved.
No, when a 27 is referred, we only getting involved when the Section 28.13 or Section 28.1 is authorized. It will then mean once this designation is made, your name is put there, then there will be a meeting that will be arranged where you're going to be informed that this is the team that is going to be working on this matter.
And are you allowed to gather information prior to the authorization of an investigation, whether it be in terms of 28.13 or 28.1?
No, from our level, we are not allowed. Senior investigators downwards. So when it comes to the chiefs going upwards, I can't say for sure how they operate, but I will think that they may be allowed to find out more, or maybe to consult more before the referral is made.
All right.
I may be taking you ahead of where you are, but you've touched on the allocation. And I assume that the allocation here, at least its announcement to the participants, took place at the meeting of the 6th.
That is correct, Chair.
Yeah, and you say that it's unusual in your experience for the investigating director, who was Advocate Johnson at the time, to attend and allocate a matter at inception. So ordinarily, who would attend and allocate at inception?
Chair, ordinarily the DPPs are the ones that takes over those duties. And if maybe there's no deputy director, then it will be the chief and the lead prosecutor. So let me just leave it there. I'll elaborate when, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Rapessu, then let's get down to what happened on the 6th. You start on your recollection of what happens on the morning of the 6th at paragraph 15 of your statement.
That is correct, Chair. On the morning of the 6th, we were having meetings lined up. So the first meeting was going to be at 9 o'clock. It will be the staff meeting. So I was approached by Advocate Ramsamy, who provided me with I'll just say, an affidavit that later became known as a Section 27. So she just, I don't know how to explain, just pushed it to me, and the way she pushed it to me, the way she was after looking, I understood to say, I must check this thing quick. So I went through, it was about maybe 5 to 10, close to 10 pages. So I just browsed through the papers. Mm-hmm. So on the papers, I could see that there was
maybe to assist you, you describe what you saw in the papers at paragraph 21 of your
21.
statement. Yeah.
The papers you refer to are the pages of this affidavit.
Yes, it was the pages, correct, Chair. Yes. What I saw, I was just browsing through as quick as I can because I understood to say I must just make it quick and I was not supposed to be seeing this document.
Okay.
So the document was talking mainly about a complaint about the political killings task team.
Did you not say paragraph 20?
Is it
What?
21.
21.
22.
Is it not? It's 22 actually.
Yes.
Yeah. So I just corrected you for purposes of the transcript.
Yes, Chair. Thank you, Chair. So it substantially spoke about the PKTT.
That is
and
correct, Chair.
What in relation to the PKTT?
So the lines that I've seen, it was talking about, it was a complaint about the accommodation of the PKTT, where it was talking about how lavish was it, and there was an issue about the laundry and the costs of how the laundry for the members of PKTT was costing. I think it was something like about between 400 and 500,000, something like that. There was also an issue about luxury vehicles that were bought through the slush fund, and it was indicated.
My apologies. When you say slush fund, you're talking about the Secret Service account money.
That is correct, Chair.
Okay. Yes, you can continue.
So those vehicles were bought for the PKTT, but the allegation were that the vehicles were utilized by the former Minister of Police, Minister Cele. So the other allegation was that there were properties or hotels that were bought around KZN and Johannesburg area, the Gauteng area. So with regard to the Gauteng area, the area that was mentioned was the Midrand or Kyalami. There was also mention of Pretoria North. So those properties were said to be some lodges and hotels.
Commissioners, you'll note that at paragraph 22, there's no mention of Pretoria North, so just to note that. as an additional place.
Yes, no, I just remembered that there was also something that has to do with Pretoria North.
Yes. And then you also indicated that you saw information related to political killings investigations.
Yes, the information that was there regarding the Politas team investigation was, it was a sort of a complaint about the cover-up of some sort on cases that were mentioned. So I remember the name of Sergeant Dumisani Dlamini, and there was also a name that I recalled after, the late Cindy Somakaka's name was also there, but I didn't include it on my statement. The reason I remembered about the Dlamini is because I knew who Dlamini was, because at some stage when I was posted in KZN, he happened to be my witness. So the reason I remembered it quicker is because after I discussed this, I was explaining to Advocate Ramsamy how I knew Sergeant Dlamini.
All right.
Do you remember what was said about Sergeant Dumisani Dlamini and Mr. Cindy Somakaka?
Chair, what I can remember is that it was sort a complaint to say something like a cover-up or improper investigation, because I was just browsing through. I could just get the sense that that was what the complaint was about.
The allegation, that allegation being against Sergeant Dlamini?
No, the allegations were mainly about the PKTT. So
Okay.
the information was trying to say that the PKTT is maybe trying to distort something, or they're trying to not to investigate those cases properly, something like
Amongst others, the Cindy Somakaka murder.
that. That is correct, Chair.
And Sergeant Dlamini,
Sergeant Dumisani Dlamini, correct, Chair.
Yes. Sorry, about Sergeant Dlamini, what was the allegation? That he was also, was he implicated as in this complaint, or was he presented to be a victim of the PKTT?
From my reading, it looked like he was portrayed as a victim of the PKTT team.
And maybe just so that we finish the topics, some of the related topics to the section 27 that you saw, you noted that at paragraph 23, that the ID gave evidence relating to the investigations that were ongoing, and she mentioned that the PKTT wasn't part of the investigation.
That is correct, Chair. I was looking when I was watching when the ID was presenting at IDAC. So there was a point where she indicated that PKTT was not part of the Section 27 referral. So that is when now I started looking at it differently, because I was shocked, because the Section 27 that I saw, that information was there.
When you say,
Were you shocked because she had misled the ad hoc committee? What exactly shocked you about what you heard or what you saw?
I was shocked that the information that she was putting there was not entirely correct.
Don't be diplomatic. It was true or it was false? Entirely correct means yeah, but not everything. It was true or it was false?
It was false.
Thank you. Now, you note that you also you also watched these proceedings, is that correct?
That is correct.
And there you saw the ID and a section 27 that was shown in these proceedings.
That is correct, Chair.
Can we then go to file 2 at page 512? You'll tell me when you find it? 512.
I'm there, Chair.
Is that the section 27 that you saw in these proceedings?
No, that is not the section 27 that I've seen.
No,
That is, you mean that's not the one Ms. Ramsamy showed you?
That is correct, Chair.
All right.
And you note that there were material features that you don't see in this one that you saw in the one that Ms. Ramsamy shared with you.
That is correct, Chair.
And you also made observations in your affidavit about the length of this one that's in the file that was before this proceedings and the one that you saw when Ms. Ramsamy gave you.
That is correct, Chair. The one that I described, the pages were, there were more than 5, but close to going to maybe towards 10 pages.
And so, sitting here now and having a look at that, you can positively confirm that this is not the section 27 that Ms. Ramsamy showed you on the 6th of December.
No, this is not the section 27 that I saw.
Furthermore, you recount in your statement at paragraph 25 that you had a discussion with Ms. Ramsamy afterwards where you confirmed to her that this is not the affidavit she showed you. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair.
All right. And then lastly, at paragraph 26 of your statement, you then confirm a few aspects that you could recall from the section 27 that Ms. Ramsamy showed you. Can you see that?
Yes, no, that is correct, Chair.
No. And there you can confirm that the affidavit that Ms. Ramsamy gave you contained various matters related to the PKTT, is that correct?
That is correct, Chair.
It made reference to Orlando CAS numbers and Valeria and not Cape Town CAS numbers.
That is correct, Chair.
And then just to demonstrate that, if you can just look at page, if you can go back to the section 27 in file 2, at the top. At paragraph 1. Can you see that there, the section 27 that served before this commission makes reference to Cape Town case numbers, whereas the one that you saw made reference to Orlando case numbers?
That is correct, Chair.
Thank you. And then you also confirmed that the Section 27 that Ms. Ramsamy showed you contained allegations related to General Madondo and failing of a polygraph test. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair. But also, remember, as I indicated, I was just browsing quicker, but I remember that the names were there.
And then, do you recall the matter of the forklift?
I can't remember it in detail, but there was a mention of forklift.
And then the last one, I think you've already confirmed, which is the purchase of hotels and lodges and properties using the Secret Service account and vehicles for use by the former Minister of Police.
That is correct, Chair.
Can we just to eliminate the possibility that you could be mistaken, how much time did you have to observe this affidavit that Advocate Ramsamy gave you? And what did you do with it after you observed its contents?
Chair, it might be, the time might be maybe between 5 to 10 minutes.
So you were sitting down, she passed it to you, you had a look at it, you browsed through the various pages to see what was in the affidavit.
That is correct, Chair.
And then what did you do with it afterward?
So afterwards, then I pushed it back to her when she was about to leave, because she was supposed to have handed it over to be kept at the safe of Advocate Johnson.
Was it just the two of you, or was Mr. Perumal and Padiachi in that room? When
No, they were there. It was just the two of us.
Okay.
I think I saw somewhere in the statement that you said you did not finish browsing the document, or am I mistaken?
That is correct, Chair.
If it was just the two of you, why the rush? Why did you not finish going through the affidavit?
So I understood it to say that there was no time. I must just browse it quicker. So I concentrated on the information where I wanted to grasp quick.
But you didn't know what was to come after the point at which you stopped.
No, by the time
yes,
I was
yes.
pushing to go there, the time was already elapsing because she wanted the documents now to go and hand it over.
What do you mean by that?
So what I mean, Chair, is the instruction was she was supposed to bring the the document to be filed, to be locked in the safe at the ID's office. So before I could finish reading the whole thing, she had to take it back.
Do you mean she demanded it back?
Yes, I can't say demand, but it's just by showing off, it then means then I must hand it over. She didn't say it in words, she just made a gesture to say I must bring.
A gesture that you understood to mean give it back?
That is correct.
Okay.
Mr. Rapessu, do you work often with Ms. Ramsamy?
Yes, I worked with her on the first 27 project, which will be what I refer to as a speaker matter. This was the second operation where I was working with her.
I guess I want to understand whether you have a secret language of and then she knows, you know.
I will say it is not something that we will discuss and use, but it's common cause. If I'm bringing you something and I'm saying, then it means you will know that what you have to do.
Okay. All right.
Can I just see that I understand what you said? I understood you to say when she gave you the document, she was looking around.
Yes, you see,
and
that is correct, Chair.
You understood to mean you were not supposed to be looking at that document at the
That
time.
is correct, Chair, because if a person is sending you something, is looking and saying, it then means you must just be quicker also.
Okay,
You must just understand what.
thank you.
Okay. Oh, so you were also reading body language?
I forget how she put it, but my sense was that she's comfortable in confiding in or within. I'm not sure of the in, yes.
In.
Not sure of the correct preposition. Are you also of the, how should I put it? You too are comfortable in confiding
That will be correct, Chair, because
in her?
on the previous 27 that we worked on, we experienced some challenges. And when we were discussing, we realized that, just to put it straight, on the project that we worked on, we worked with Mr. Timani Binang. She was the lead prosecutor, Binang was the lead investigator. So I was the assistant there. So we had problems with Chief Perumal. So he sometimes wanted to come with tricks and other things. So we had to unite so that we can be able to deal with his dodgy ways. So that so we formed
just for the you what Skinner about him. I hope people know that.
No, not scannering per se, Chair. We wanted to be careful about how we're dealing with him. So we will.
But anyway, I think you've answered my
Yes.
question. I don't think we need a lot of detail.
Thank you very much, Chair.
I think your answer is positive and coincides with what she said. All right.
Thank you
Thanks.
very much, Chair.
Thanks.
Commissioners, that should deal with paragraphs 20 to 26 of the statement.
You skipped paragraph 19 and 20.
Oh, yes, we are going back
going
into
back.
the meeting. My apologies about that. Now, Mr. Rapessu, let's go back to the meeting. You've already confirmed that at the meeting, the first thing that you noted that was unusual was that the ID herself gave the briefing regarding the meeting. I mean, regarding the case.
That is correct.
And that usually this process is undertaken by the DD, alternatively the chief investigator.
That is correct.
All right. And then you say at paragraph 18 that there was a briefing given and that the matter emanated from a member of parliament, and that to confirm would have been Mr. Adams.
That is correct, Chair.
Yes?
No, you can come.
Okay. And you were also then informed that you would have to track these dockets.
That is correct.
In particular, that Mr. Perumal needed them before he goes to Eastern Cape.
That is correct, Chair. What has happened is, during the briefing, Chief Perumal was briefing us and giving us information that this is what the case is all about, this is what we need to do. He mentioned that he's basically tasking me or giving me instructions to locate the dockets. So the dockets he was referring to, he indicated that they bear a case number of Valeria. So he also indicated that he received the information that the dockets might be locked in a safe in the station commissioner's office at Villeria. So I was tasked to go to Villeria to collect the dockets, which I did. So
maybe before you get to the actual collection, let's finish your concerns and the briefing.
yes, on the paragraph 19, yes.
Yes.
So during the briefing, when I checked when I looked at the designation, I saw that my name was put there as a lead investigator. There was a DPP, deputy director who was allocated, which was Mr. Advocate Manilal, Santos Manilal. There was a financial investigator who was put on a designation, I think is Mr. Vainant Vessels.
And then the two, Advocate Manilal and Mr. Vessels, they were not at the briefing.
They were not at the briefing. So what has happened now is, while we were busy talking, Chief Perumal indicates that he had already briefed Mr. Brian Padiachi. So I was then surprised to say, if we now been briefed about this now, and he's saying that he's already briefed Mr. Padiachi, how did that happen? Because my thinking was that we were all supposed to be receiving a briefing on that day. So, but I just kept it on the back of my mind to say, it should be, there should be something maybe that I don't know.
And then just to go back to the speaker matter, in the initial briefing there, was every member of the team there briefed together at the same time?
That is correct.
So is that what caused your concern about when he could have been briefed?
Correct, Chair.
All right.
And
Where did you get it from that Advocate Johnson would be supervising the matter? Is it something that she said in your presence at this briefing, or did you hear it from somebody else?
no, that is what it was said in the briefing, to say she will be leading the matter and she will be assisting us with whatever that we're looking for.
But did she say that, or did you hear it from Chief Perumal?
I can't remember who said it, but it was said in the meeting that she will be the one that is running with the project.
This is in the meeting where she was present.
She was present at the meeting of the briefing.
In paragraph 19, you open by saying that there were certain matters that caused you concern. And what you say first is that the name of Mr. Brian Padiachi already appeared on the designation, although he was not at the meeting. I'm not sure that I understand why that would have been odd. I would imagine that when the allocation takes place, and indeed when the meeting at which the allocation is to be announced, a decision would already have been taken as to who the team members would be. So what exactly was odd about Mr. Padiachi's name being there or being part of the allocation?
Chair, I think we worded it wrong here. The way you are explaining it, Chair, you are correct. What was supposed to be odd is the fact that he was already briefed, not the other way around.
Okay, all right, all right. Now I understand.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you.
So the second issue that caused me to concern was a colleague, Mr. Sunil Beluchem. He was fighting with Chief Perumal. just exchanging words. But what I could get from that is that Mr. Sunil Beluchem, it looked like he was promised that he was going to be a lead on this matter. So he was asking Chief Perumal, why am I not a lead in this matter? So that also painted a picture to me that now it then means Mr. Sunil Beluchem knew about this thing before.
What exactly did he say which made you believe that he had been promised that he would be the lead investigator? What did he say exactly?
What I've picked up is I asked because basically what has happened is there was commotion. So I asked, what is the problem with what is happening? So because we were sharing the office with some other guys that are working with us, they just informed me that the issue is about this matter that we were allocated to. And I asked, what about the matter? Then they just pointed out to me to say, he's fighting with him because he was promised that he will be the leader, the lead on that case. It is not something that maybe I overheard or they were fighting in their own space, in their own corners. But those that were working with them, those are the ones that related the message to me to say they're fighting because he was promised this and he didn't get. I took it from there.
And just to be clear, Mr. Beluchem was not at the meeting and nor was he on that designated list.
That is correct.
And so he would have either heard it before or through somebody else.
Yes, somewhere else. Thank you very much.
And now we can then, Commissioners, that should dispose of the remaining paragraphs.
Can I just, Chair, just to indicate further, the reason why I'm putting this here is because something else happens during the course where it will now show why the fight was about. In somewhere else is going to be shown that he actually knew, because while we were busy with the investigation, the other witness will now mention that he was in some consultation before. So I'm putting it there so that when...
That's Mr. Beluchem.
That is Mr. Beluchem.
A consultation in respect of these very matters.
That is correct.
Okay.
And then just before we step off that, you indicate that Ms. Ramsamy had also informed you that Chief, as well as Mr. Padiachi, had met the complainant before.
Yes, no, she just indicated, yes, that I can confirm, correct.
And this would have been before the investigation was authorized?
Yes, that will be before the 6th of December, yes, that's correct.
And in your experience, it usually, maybe the first question is, Mr. Padiachi, what level of investigator is he?
Yeah, just to put it short, he was not supposed to have met with the person who's referring the matter at that time, because all of us at our level, we don't get involved in those things. So he's a senior investigator, I'm a senior investigator, so we can't get involved into the matters that involve the chiefs and others.
Is it you that's going to speak to that detail, or is it someone else? That is that Mr. Beluchem had already consulted with, do you mean with Mr. Fadil Adams or with whom?
There's a Chair, this information it is not in my affidavit. I just remember it when I was consulting with the council today, and I forwarded to her some documents that have that information.
All right, but is Mr. Beluchan supposed to have consulted with Mr. Fadil Adams? If not, with whom?
There's another witness that is consulted with from crime intelligence.
Or someone else?
Someone else. That is correct, Chair.
Okay. And then my question was, is it you that's going to be able to give some detail, if at all,
I think
on this aspect?
On this aspect, I think it will be proper to be dealt with by Advocate Ramsamy,
Okay.
because the contents of that meeting, they are contained in the presentation that she made.
Oh, okay. All right, then, because it's fine. Maybe you should leave it there then, because...
I also think so, Chair, because I'm going to be talking to it as a third party, and it's not gonna...
Yes.
Yes.
Because Ms. Ramsamy is coming back, and yeah, she will, as I understood from yesterday's testimony, a second statement of hers is being prepared.
That is correct, Chair.
So perhaps let's leave it there.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Chair, just to clarify that there are two meetings that the witness is referring to in this paragraph. One, which he's prefacing, is with a witness in one of the related cases with Mr. Belochan, who was not assigned to be part of this team. And the other meeting he's referencing is one that he was informed by Advocate Ramsamy that happened with Chief Peramore and Mr. Padayachi with Mr. Adams prior to the investigation being authorized. Just so that we...
That is correct. That is correct.
And you are going to touch on the later meeting with that Mr. Belochan was in, but not the one with Mr. Adams.
That is correct, Chair.
Right, thank you. Then you then proceed to talk about the request then that was made, or rather the instruction that was given for you to collect the dockets. At paragraph 20, you talk about having informed Mr. Sisoko first. Can you deal with what happens in that regard?
Thank you very much, Chair. On the way to Valeria, I decided to phone Mr. Sisoko to inform him, or maybe to ask him if he knew about this new project. So Mr. Sisoko indicated that he didn't know anything about any project. So I tried just to brief him a bit to get him out of on speed about what I've seen and what I've been briefed on. But he said, no, it's fine, I must just continue with whatever that I'm continuing with. Then I get to...
No, before you move past that, why did you call him in the first place?
I called him mainly because, like as I've indicated, the chiefs and the management, he should be part of that. I thought that all the decisions about cases that are coming, he should know or maybe be part of that. So I was hoping that maybe he will share some light about actually what is happening there.
So the purposes of you calling him was you wanted further information from him, not just notifying him of this instruction to go track the dockets.
That is correct. And also I wanted to highlight to him what I've picked up already. And I wanted to get his feel about maybe he will be able to explain it better or something.
What do you mean when you say what you've picked up already?
No, when I'm saying what I've picked up is the behavior of Mr. Padiachi already been briefed, and this one fighting for being a lead. So I wanted him, maybe he can be able to clarify what is actually happening here.
So you wanted to talk to him about the matters that you said were matters of concern to you. That's what you wanted to engage him on.
Yes.
All right.
That is correct, Chair.
And then you just note that it was concerning to you that in the call, it sounded as if he had no knowledge of this.
That is correct, Chair. The way he was responding, he was now asking me more questions when I was supposed to be asking him to say what is happening. So I was actually shocked that he doesn't know anything about this.
Why did you expect that he would know? He should know.
He is the head of operation, and from what I understood, that he should know about what is in his space and other things. But it turned out that he was, I don't know if I would say he was not informed, or I don't know how to put it, but I expected him to know.
Because he's head of investigations.
That is correct, Chair.
So in your experience, in all matters that you were involved in, he would always be in the know, so he would always know about them.
That is correct, Chair.
All right, okay.
Thank you. Then let's move to page 9 of your statement, where you deal with collection of the dockets. We're at paragraph 27 of your statement. You start by noting that you have already set out the details related to collecting the dockets in 2 statements already. Just so that we are clear, what were these 2 affidavits for? The two sworn statements.
The 2 affidavits were for I don't know which one is the first or the second, but
Let's go to page 26 of the annexures. It's labeled MRR2.
oh yes.
Yes, what was the purpose of the statement?
The purpose of this statement was for, I was requested to draft this statement for the bail, when they were doing the bail, when they were dealing with the issue of the arrest of the suspect on the Lushaba matter. There was an issue relating to the case numbers. So I had to depose to this affidavit just to illustrate which dockets I collected from the office of the inspectorate.
Okay, and were you also confirming the chain of custody?
That
of
is
the
correct.
dockets? All right. And then the second,
Before you, why is it not signed? Why is this affidavit not signed?
Now, the affidavit is not signed because it was a draft from myself. The one that I submitted at court, I thought that it was disclosed with the docket. It was supposed to have been disclosed.
So the signed one mirrors this one that we are seeing on page 26.
That is correct, Chair.
thank you. And then the second one, which is MRR3, is at page 28 of the annexures. And can you explain why that one was deposed to, or you prepared it?
The second affidavit was, I deposed to it after I watched what was said about the movements of the docket at IDAC. So immediately after, when I get to the office, I volunteered to just give them an affidavit already so that I can be able to explain and dispel what was said at the IDAC committee.
When you say you volunteered it to who?
I volunteered the affidavit to my supervisor at the time, who was Chief Boy. So I just gave the affidavit explaining what actually happened before they could actually ask for it. I just gave it.
What about what was said in Parliament prompted you to prepare an affidavit?
What was said was trying to purport that I did not follow the procedure and I went to people's offices with letters and I didn't want to provide them with the letters. It was something that has to do with along those lines. So I wanted to put it clear how the process unfolded, just to put it clear that this is what has transpired.
And who was making those claims that the process or procedure wasn't followed?
It was a conversation between Advocate Johnson and Honorable Mr. Sols, if I remember, but it was in relation to the affidavit that was filed by Colonel Phillips and Lieutenant General Jacobs.
All right. Then perhaps let's deal with what actually happened when you were collecting the documents.
Thank you very much, Chair. On the 6th, as I indicated, I was instructed after briefed by Chief Perumal to collect the dockets. He specifically told me that I must get these dockets because he wants to leave with them to East London. He was flying back to East London on that Friday. So I had to move quick to get this docket so that I can get them to him before he... I moved to Valeria. I asked for the station commissioner. He was not there. I asked for a detective commander. He was at this Christmas things.
It was a year-end party.
Year-end function. So I phoned him. I explained what I'm looking for. So he got the information quick. He said, no, I know about the dockets you are looking for. He indicated to me that he's not going to be able to come where I was, but he provided me with the contact of the person who has collected the dockets. So he informs me that the DPCI, which is the Hawks, collected the dockets.
Okay. And just to make sure, the speed at which you were moving to obtain the dockets was related to Chief Perumal's request because he was leaving?
That is correct.
That was the urgency.
Yes.
You then get in touch with Colonel
Now
Phillips.
I get in touch with Colonel Phillips. He says, no, man, I'm not far from where you are. Come to my office. Already, I've informed Chief Perumal that the dockets were collected. They are not in Valeria by some Colonel Phillips from the Hawks. So I'm told that now they now contact someone in the Hawks to say, we need those dockets. I'm made to understand that they found a certain, I don't know whether it's Brigadier or General Matruos.
Okay.
So when I get to Colonel Phillips, he now introduced himself as that he's from Inspectorate. Then I had to phone back to say, no. Colonel Phillips is not from DPCI. He's actually from the Inspectorate. Then I'm sitting with Colonel Phillips. I explained to him, this is the situation. These dockets are being sought. Colonel Phillips indicates to me that no, you can't get the dockets today. You can only get the dockets possibly on Monday because the dockets were locked up in his general's office. So now it means I must phone now again Chief Perumal to explain to him that he can't get the dockets now. So I put him on the speaker. So he's now talking to me, I'm relaying the message to him. Then I'm saying to him, the colonel also wants to speak to you because the colonel was asking me who was my commander and I was trying to explain to him. Now they talking on my phone now. So they started greeting each other, asking each other. Then they realized that they know each other. So they continue talking. They now making arrangements for the collection of the dockets on Monday. So on the arrangements, they talking how they are going to move about, how the letters will be exchanged between the two of them and how the letters should be directed. After they finished talking, the phone was handed back to me.
Okay.
So when we parted ways with Colonel Phillips is that I will meet him the Monday, the 9th, at his general's office.
Okay. And did you then communicate with anyone at the office regarding the letters that now need to be exchanged?
No, I didn't communicate with anyone. I thought that will be sorted because the chief already knows and agreed with Colonel Phillips on how to do it. So my duty was only to attend to General Jacob's office to collect the dockets.
All right, and you did so on the morning or on the 9th of December, and you collected the documents?
Yes, on the 9th, I reported to the office of General Jacobs. When I get there, I was informed that the letter has not been signed already or provided already. So I had to wait outside for the office to process the signing of the letter. Some few minutes, about 10 to 15, I was informed that the ID has signed the letter and it has been sent to General Sintumule. So when I went back to General Jacob's office to inform him that now the letter has been signed, it has been sent to General Sintumule, and I was asking General Jacobs to provide me with the email address of the secretary so that I can give them to also forward the same letter to his office. So what he did is he took out the phone, spoke to General Sintumule. Immediately after the call, he said, nah, everything is fine. He instructed the secretary to give the dockets to me. Then I signed for the docket and took them back to the office.
So you took the original docket?
That is the original docket.
And do you ordinarily take the original dockets in instances where you take dockets from various stations?
I didn't get that.
Do you usually take original dockets when you are taking them from origination stations or where the dockets were initially opened?
Yeah, we usually take originals, and if there's a need to take them back, we take them back. But in some instances, depending on the matters, sometimes we just go ask for the copies just to evaluate before we take the originals. But it's not a prescribed thing. We are just flexible about it.
Okay, and in this instance, to record that you've now taken the docket from the inspectorate to IDAC,
yes.
Is there a record of how that is captured?
Usually when you take a docket, you must sign for it on the system. So there's what we call a cash system where you need to be signed there for you to be able to acknowledge the docket on that system. Now, I am registered on the cash system, but my credentials are still registered on the previous employment of IDAC. So I couldn't have signed for that docket using IPID because it was going to look like I put sign for the docket, whereas the docket was signed for at IDAC. So I opted to sign for it manually.
Okay. And
Ms. Bowen, maybe let's just clarify this. It may or may not become an issue later on. Paragraph 30, you say you collected 7 case dockets, and then you mentioned 3 being Valeria. Are those the same Orlando dockets, the ones that you identify as Valeria 403, 404, 405?
That is correct, Chair.
Okay.
What actually has happened is the 3 dockets that were transferred from Cape Town, they remained as they are with the case numbers. The ones that were transferred from Orlando, what was supposed to happen is when they reach Valeria, they were supposed to generate new case numbers of Valeria, but it never happened. So they kept them with the same original numbers from Orlando. They only changed the station only, the station name only.
But your paragraph 30, those 7 dockets include the Orlando dockets?
That is correct, Chair.
just one small issue on the collection of the 7 dockets. I know you had nothing to do with the letters
Yes.
that were exchanged, but I just want to refer you to page 111 of file 10. You will see there is a letter from Advocate Johnson to Major General Khumalo. We understand from testimony that later it was changed to General Sentumule. But you'll see at paragraph 2 of the letter that it only lists 4 dockets. You see that?
That is correct, Chair.
So when you got to General Jacob's office, you didn't specify a particular number, you just said generally.
That is correct, Chair. I didn't specify the number, or I just said the docket that are related to that matter that I've spoken to Colonel Phillips about. I didn't specify the case numbers or the numbers.
Oh, and then they gave you 7.
That is correct, Chair.
All right, thank you. You've already explained that there was some misstatements at ad hoc related to the letters. Is there anything else you want to say in relation to that? At paragraph 31 of your statement, you explained that at ad hoc, there was an issue regarding the collection of the dockets.
Yes,
you
now
see
I think I've already touched on that, just to give a picture of what actually has transpired.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Boyd, in the statement, paragraph 30, should it not be 2, 3, and 4 instead of 3, 4, 5, those Orlando? I'm just looking at the letter on 111 and the statement. The Orlando dockets should be 2, 3, and 4, but here it looks like it's 3, 4, 5 in the statement. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that. We'll, Commissioner Khumalo, we'll just double check the referencing. And then that should conclude that section.
Before you do that, that affidavit at page 29, your affidavit, the one that you say you prepared after you heard what was said in the IDAC committee.
Yes, Chair. Commissioners.
Can you just explain more what you say in paragraph 8 of that affidavit? It's still in the same file, your statement file?
Or paragraph 8.
What in fact was that discussion?
Oh, yes. When I collected the dockets, I had a chat with General Jacobs, wherein we were just having a casual chat where he was saying to me that each and every 10 days he needs to report to the Minister of Police to give him progress regarding these matters. So basically, the way I took it is that since we are now taking the dockets, it meant that it's now our responsibility to report or something like that. So that's why I just put it the way he said it to me.
And this was about the dockets?
This was about
the
the
matters
dockets.
in these dockets?
That is correct, Chair.
Okay. And did he say why there was that kind of position that they needed to report to the Minister of Police?
No, he didn't indicate, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
I also actually wanted to raise that same issue, but I was to have based it. I think it must be somewhere in your or on your statement. Isn't there somewhere in your statement where you say in the dockets you found a correspondence?
Oh, yes, Chair.
And that it was in that correspondence where you established that there was this need to report to the minister.
No, I think I remember what you're talking about, Chair. It was we misquoted it. It was supposed to read that he informed me about that, but the letters were just information notes. Just
because I was interested.
So we captured it incorrect.
I was interested to know what that correspondence was, who wrote, and how exactly that need arose, and whether the correspondence showed where all of this came from.
No, apologies for that.
Please look at paragraph 32. That's Chair's question to you.
Yeah.
Which
Which
you
file?
have your statement filed with you.
Oh, yes.
32.
32. I'm on it, Chair and Commissioner.
So it sounds like you want to make corrections and just read the whole of paragraph 32 and see to what extent, if at all, it is inaccurate.
Sorry, Chair, just to say that the witness did say this to me in relation to this, because we hadn't gotten to this section, we hadn't made the correction yet. But he did indicate that it wasn't correspondence, it's rather that in communication with General Jacobs, told him that there is this reporting every 10 days.
Oh, yeah. I raised it at this stage, even though we are not at paragraph 32, because it relates to the point raised by Commissioner Baloyi in relation to a separate affidavit. But I had also thought I wanted to follow up on this. So what do you say the correct position is now?
The correct position will be that I was informed by the general that is what should happen.
Okay.
I mean, I know you're not management, what you refer to as management at IDAC.
Yes, Commissioner.
But I'll ask the question anyway. In your experience and knowledge, do matters get reported, updates as investigations are happening? Have you come across where, as a matter of course, reports are given to a minister as the investigations are progressing? Have you had that kind of experience?
Can I maybe just indicate that I'm not aware of?
You have never had that experience where you're involved
No.
in a matter and you become aware that reports need to be given to the minister from time to time? You don't have that kind of experience?
I'm aware, but it will be maybe an issue of, the way I understand it, it will be a monthly issue. Maybe it will be, maybe there's a meeting where everybody's there, they have to report. But with this one of frequent, like 10 days or something, that one I don't know of.
And the ones that you say you're aware of, would it be reports to the Minister of Police or to the Minister of Justice? Because you report to the Minister of Justice, IDAC, as I understand it.
That will be correct.
So it would be Minister of Justice.
That will be correct.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Ms. Boy.
All right. Just for completeness, maybe we will just finish the 2 paragraphs of this section and then we'll ask for the T adjournment. Mr. Raphesu, at page 11, at paragraph 32 and 33, you deal with your assessment of the docket. Do you just want to summarize fairly quickly what your findings were when you read the dockets?
Yeah, from the dockets, there was very little information that you can get from what was contained in the docket. So it was very difficult and confusing to make up what actually is the crime there, or what is actually happening. So we needed to discuss what was actually contained there, because they seemed to, for the lack of a better word, there was no substance in those A1s.
And in addition to the A1s, was there anything else in the dockets that would assist in your investigation?
Well, there were information notes, there were some entries that were made on the diary, but it was not assisting also. It was just the information that you'll just see.
And in relation to the information note that you saw there, what did you pick up from that information note? And just to assist, it's at page... It's file 10. At page 141, there's an example of that information note. 141. Have you found it?
Correct, Chair.
And what were your thoughts in relation to that?
Basically, it was just a report to say that this is what the complainant is alleging and what the challenges that they are facing are. And I think somewhere in the diary they're indicating that they're trying to contact him, he's not coming forth and other things. They were just relaying the message about what is actually happening about the cases.
Okay. And it pretty much reaches the same conclusion you did.
That is correct.
All right. Thank you. Commissioners, that should deal with the assessment that was done on the docket at the time. Might this be an opportune time to take the tea adjournment?
Let's adjourn and resume at 20 to 12. Sorry, please attend to the correction of paragraph. Is it 32? Thank you.
1-2. All right, we are ready to resume. It's 11:39. Please make sure that your cell phones are quiet.
Yes, Ms. Bowie.
Chair, before the break, we were tasked with looking at paragraph 32 of the statement and effecting a correction. I've discussed it with Mr. Raphesu. The second sentence, the third sentence that starts with the correspondence reflected that the office concerned. That sentence, my apologies, we're at page 11 of the statement. To delete the words, the correspondence reflected that the office concerned, up until that place, and replace it with, I was informed by the general that he was, and then the sentence will continue, was reporting to the Office of the Minister of Police on the progress of the matter every 10 working days. I think I did a double was, just one. Mr. Raphesu, can you confirm?
Sorry, Ms. Boyd.
Oh, my apologies.
Maybe still on that correction, to avoid any uncertainty, we should say, I was informed by General Jacobs,
Yes, we'll
because he's
add
referred
that.
to much earlier in the paragraphs, and there's no obvious connection.
And so the sentence will read, I was informed by General Jacobs that he was reporting to the Office of the Minister of Police on the progress of the matter every 10 working days. Can you confirm this?
I confirm, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Bowie.
Then we can move to investigations and consultations. At paragraph 34, you just note there that you conducted investigations and your general approach. Do you want to summarize that, your approach to investigations?
Yeah, just in summary, as I studied at 34.
Oh my God.
Just the information that was in the docket, it was not enough for us to have gone anywhere. So we basically made an appointment to meet with the complainant, which was supposed to be on the 19th, but that meeting never materialized. So we decided to meet as a team on the 19th. So I collected Mr. Perumal at the airport to go and meet with Advocate Ramsamy in Midrand. So when we arrived there, Advocate had already prepared documents for us emanating from the dockets that I've already collected at General Jacobs' office.
And when you say that it prepared documents, you mean the copies of the
copies of
dockets?
those dockets.
All right.
So Chief Perumal brought a stack of documents. It could be maybe between 10 to 20 pages.
When you say 10 to 20 pages, I'm also looking at your hand gestures. Is that, or
Hey.
oh,
Yeah, let me just say around 20, just to be safe.
yes.
Thank you.
And where did he say these documents came from?
No, he said he received them from Mr. Fadil Adams.
Did he indicate when he received those documents?
No, that I cannot say. He never indicated.
Okay. And what were the contents of these documents?
The documents were basically talking about the vettings. It was more or less about the people at Crime Intelligence. The names will be Madondo. It was information relating to the procurement of the forklift.
And was there any other documents apart from the ones related to vetting and the forklift issue?
No, I can't say much about that, but because we were deliberating, we were also talking about the housebreaking on the Lushaba matter. We were discussing these things at random. So, but what I could pick up is those.
All right. And you say that at this meeting you took some notes.
Yes, I did take some notes.
Commissioners, the notes are attached as MRR 4 at page 31 of the annexures. I tried to read some of them, but Mr. Raphesu advised that he, maybe perhaps to explain your approach when you take notes.
Chair, when we take notes, we basically write, okay, my handwriting looks like I'm a doctor or something, because it's not. But what we usually do is we don't, from our side, we write in such a way that even if I get to lose this document, the person who will have it will not be able to make out what was this about, because we are dealing with sensitive information, people's names and other things. So you try to be as vague as you can, but at least you as the writer, you will be able to remember what was this about. So if you see snakes and other things there, you must just understand that that's the way we operate. Thank you, Chair.
I must say, I wanted to say your handwriting is better than someone we all know here.
Thank you very much.
I just whispered to my colleagues that by far, this is very beautiful compared to mine.
And so you note that in the meeting you also discussed how, but perhaps before we move past the documents, I have to ask, from the documents that you saw, the 20 pages, in your opinion, would it fit under a normal standard door?
Ish. It's possible, it's possible.
Poet, does it not depend on what the door looks like? Should we not just subpoena Parliament to send us photos of the office and what the door looks like? Because a witness who has not been there are some doors that leave space large enough for things to slide under, and others don't provide for that. So isn't Parliament better positioned to give us that information?
Commissioner Kumalo, I take your point, and perhaps we should do a subpoena in that light.
If he hasn't been there, it's unfair to ask him that question, because it forces him to give an answer he's uncertain about.
Point accepted. I was following on a conversation we also had with Advocate Ramsamy about having seen the documents, whether or not they could, but I take your point. Mr. Rapeshu, I won't take that point any further. But you then say that the discussion, you decided on approaches for the cases, including to group the cases in particular way. Can you explain some of that?
Yes, we decided that we are going to group the cases into four groups. That will be, the first one is going to be the Lushaba matter, because that was from the look of things, that was the clear or simple one, because it had the old docket which was opened already in 2022. So the groups were the Lushaba matter, the Madondo matter, the forklift matter, then the last one was the PKTT matter.
And even in this grouping, there doesn't seem to be reference to the Mukwele matter.
That is correct, Chair.
Okay. Then, if we can then move to your next consultation.
Before that, the notes that we're looking at page 31 up to 34, the first observation, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I have done my best to try and read your handwriting, but the first observation is it looks like the first 3 pages of that all relates to the Lushaba matter. And then you have the last...
Can I be assisted,
It's
Commissioner?
that same file that has your statement in it.
Oh,
Go to page 31. We are looking at your handwritten notes. At page 31. They refer to housebreaking. That's the theme, the main theme at page 1, page 2, I think page 3 as well.
that will be correct, Commissioner.
And this information that you have here, where does it come from? Is it what you were told in that meeting, or it's material that you got from the docket?
This information is coming from the engagements in the meeting, that is coming from the file that was provided by the advocate with the copies of the docket and the documents that Chief Perumal brought.
Okay. And am I correct that, and then page 4 of that, it seems that's for the first time then that you are making notes about the forklift. It's one line, there's another line on vetting, and there's another short line on BMW lady. And then as you carry on, there's more detail of it. Again, that detail. So you see where I'm looking at page 34? This is where it looks like you then group the matters at page 34.
Page 34.
You have forklift, you have 28 vetting files, and then you have BMW lady. You see where I'm reading?
Oh, yes.
You see where I'm reading?
I see, Chair.
And then when you carry on to the next page, those notes there, for example, about the BMW lady, where does this information come from now, as you're recording it? Let's say at page 36, you have Brigadier from BMW, she is, something is said, Kumalo/Lushaba, and then Grebers, and something, Brigadier female, ORS. This information comes from whom amongst you, and where was it sourced from at this point? Remember, we still at that meeting in Midrand.
Yes, the issue about the BMW lady, it was coming from Chief Perumal.
Okay.
So it was just mentioned as it is. They didn't mention, the name was not mentioned. It was just the way I captured it.
Okay. And then at page 37, you've got the last 2 sentences there. The last 2 sentences, I'm more interested in the penultimate one, the first one that has a star to it.
Yes.
Can you just speak to that? It makes reference to Paul O'Sullivan.
That is correct.
What is that about?
So during the engagement in the meeting, Chief Perumal asked about a clip that was circulating. So the discussions was, they tasking me to go to Mr. O'Sullivan to find out if he had opened a case against around this issue about the BMW lady, and also to find out if he has conducted or done anything on that matter. So the discussion was to give me the tasking to say I must go and find out from him what did he do on this matter.
Did you speak to Mr. O'Sullivan?
I did
Following
speak.
that tasking?
I did speak to Mr. O'Sullivan.
And what did he give you, or what did he say? And when I say you, I mean IDAC.
Yes. No, what he provided to me, he gave me a letter. I'm not sure whether it was the letter to the minister or from the minister, but it has something to do with that. So he also provided me with the report. On that report, there's something that we call CPB, where you check people's details or something like that. So those details, he provided them via email. He
And
said
whose details were there in that document, do you remember?
it
That
was
report? Brigadier Mukwele.
Brigadier Mukwele's details.
Okay.
So when he forwarded the emails to me, I also noticed on the email that that information was sent to Andrea Johnson on the 5th of December 2025 already.
And sent
My
to...
apologies, sorry, Commissioner Baloyi,
If
just
it's a
to
topic
correct.
that you were going to cover, I'm happy to leave it. I just thought you were moving away from these notes.
Two parts. I wanted to correct the date from the witness, which is, it's dated December. We'll ask the attorneys to hand up the 2 January, sorry. It's 5 January is the date of the 2 emails that were sent. I'll ask the attorneys to distribute them to everyone. The consultation with Mr. O'Sullivan is dealt with in upcoming section.
Okay, I'm leaving it. You should have stopped me earlier.
My apologies. As long as I keep track of jumping around, I'm comfortable with moving forward.
Okay, all right. Mr. Raphesu, we're going to stop here, and then Ms. Bowe will take you through her paces.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Okay.
While we get the email sorted, I'm just going to move forward to the next consultation that happens in the order of things. Mr. Rapessu, if we can then go to paragraph 38, where you deal with your consultation with Mr. Adams. Can you explain what happened on that occasion?
On this occasion, Cape Town consult with Mr. Adams. We interview him. He provides us with further information that we asked for. Just to cut the matter short, we obtained the supplementary affidavits, 4 supplementary affidavits. The 4 supplementary affidavits were commissioned by myself. So,
Before we go too far into the commissioning, perhaps let's start with what was the purpose of your consultation?
the purpose of the consultation was to provide Mr. Adams with an opportunity to clarify issues about the dockets. And before that, we became aware that he was complaining that he could not have put most of the information in the dockets. So we wanted to find out from him what more did he have to give to us.
Okay, and through that process, you were then with him preparing supplementary affidavits.
That is correct.
Would this be supplementary to the A1 statements that were in the dockets?
That is correct.
Now, I just want to use one as an example, one of the supplementary affidavits. If we can go to file 9, page 3485, I think is where the first one is.
3, 4.
3485.
I'm there, Commissioners in Chair.
Okay, so you will see there. Thank you. My apologies, I look at the screen. You will see there that, can you confirm that that is one of the supplementary affidavits you took with Mr. Adams?
I confer, Chair and Commissioners.
And you'll see, when you look through the affidavit, it's probably like 2 pages long.
That is correct.
And you'll note that even in terms of detail, it's almost as thin as the A1.
That is correct.
Can you explain why this is, in particular because the team went to Cape Town to obtain further particulars, and I would assume to get more information so that you bolster up the A1 that's in the dockets?
That is correct, Chair. But the purpose of the exercise was not for us, for us to tell him what to tell us. We wanted to get from him what he's going to give us. So basically, he gave us the same thing that was in the A1 again.
And in consultation, did you bring that to his attention, that you are not telling us anything new?
Yeah, if it was in a normal way, I was going to tell him that you're not giving us fuck all. But the problem now is he's an honorable member. So I couldn't have, but just to tell the truth, we went there for nothing.
And then by way of documents, because that's also one of the other purposes, to obtain documents from him.
Yes, the main purpose was to obtain documents from him. Not literally the main purpose to obtain the documents from him, but we were hoping that he will give us something to substantiate the allegations. So when we were busy typing his affidavit, we were hoping that when he was saying that he was explaining and that he was explaining the documents, we put it in his affidavit and marked, put it on the statement that he will be attaching documents. But however, before we could finish, he indicated that he didn't have documents to give us to attach.
Just for the record, an example of when you would indicate that a document would be attached, if we can look at the affidavit in relation to the forklift matter, which is at 3487.
Yes, Commissioners.
You will see at paragraph 3, there is an indication there that documentation in this regard is attached here too as Annexure FA1. Is that what you meant by, you indicated
That is correct. That is correct.
But you were not furnished with those annexures?
We were not finished with those annexures. And just to make a point also, when the interview started, when Advocate Ramsamy asked him about the documents, Mr. Fadil already told us that he gave the documents to Chief Perumal, just before the interview started.
Okay. Would those have been the documents that Mr. Perumal then shared with you in the meeting of the 19th of December?
That is possible, yes. So I that's what I thought also, that these are the documents that he was referring to.
So in essence, there wouldn't have been other documents to disclose?
Correct.
Apart from those that you had already then seen?
Correct.
I just want to bring your attention to something where, if you go to paragraph 39 of your statement.
May I just raise something about the last sentence of paragraph 38, starting during the meeting, your statement. There you say that during that meeting, Mr. Adams showed messages said to concern the PKTT, in brackets attributed to Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi and forwarded to Mr. Adams via Minister Mkhunu or Mr. Cedric Nkabinde, close brackets. What was the nature of these messages? Were they SMSs, WhatsApp chats, or what? And what did the messages say?
Chair, the messages were on WhatsApp. So while he was showing me the phone, he was explaining that these messages are saying this. But when I looked at the phone, I read, but it was just a message that says, I don't know how to, like, it was just, he's just flashed it to me too. So I couldn't see the top part where the message is coming from. That's why I'm saying in my affidavit, it's coming from Minister Mkhunu, or because I couldn't see where the message is coming from. So on the last part of the phone, also I couldn't see. Basically, I couldn't see the names. I was relying on what he was telling me that this message is saying. But indeed, it was written there that if you disband the PKTT, something towards that, I can't remember by head.
So you could not tell who had sent the message?
That is correct.
Nor could you tell who that message had been sent to?
That is correct, Chair.
But you said, if I understood you correctly, you said just now, you said you read.
Yeah, I was just trying to read to make sense.
Yes.
But
can you tell in clearer terms what you read?
It was what I read. It was a line that was saying, if you disband the PKTTs, I can't remember the other ways that followed, because he was showing me, he was talking and telling me, did you see here? He's saying.
And you say the messages were attributed to General Mkhwanazi. Was it Mr. Adams who attributed the messages to General Mkhwanazi?
That is correct, Chair.
So he said, here's a message that came from General Mkhwanazi.
That is correct, Chair.
And what did he say regarding the forwarding? What exactly did Mr. Adams say?
So regarding the forwarding,
yes,
he seemed to be saying that he got the message from the Chief of Staff, Mr. Nkabinde.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Thank you.
We maybe deal with the 6 January affidavit so that we don't have to come back to it. The three of you are in Cape Town, and I'm assuming all three of you are interviewing Mr. Adams.
That is correct, Commissioner.
All of you are asking him questions.
That is correct, Commissioner.
And then who was typing the affidavits?
Chief Perumal was doing the typing, Commissioner.
Was doing the typing. And how did you end up being the one commissioning the affidavits. Was there a discussion about that?
There was no discussion about that, but as a lead investigator on the matter, I just assumed that it's me who was supposed to commission the affidavits.
And there was no objection from the other two?
There was no objection.
Where
Commissioner.
was your stamp? Why did you not stamp this affidavits?
I don't carry stamps, Commissioner.
And the three of you, did none of you have stamps with them?
No, we didn't have the stamp, Commissioner.
And nobody even raised that as an issue?
No, it's not an issue.
Who has the stamp? You know, the three of us here.
No, it was never mentioned.
We would say, do you have a green pen? And Chair would
Oh,
have
yes.
a green pen, and that's how we would deal with it.
No, Chair. There was no
Curious
stamp.
to understand, how did that process unfold of you ending up commissioning the affidavit? You see, he has a green pen with him. So when we need a green pen, we will confer and say who has a green pen because we want to mark something. But I'm interested to know the process that led to you commissioning the affidavits. And what did you do with them afterwards? Did you give them to Chief Perumal, the affidavits?
The process of commissioning, I'm just going to put it from the knowledge that I know. Mr. Perumal is not a person that will want to put his signature or name in any document. From what I know is, even if you write in your affidavit and you mention him, he is going to fight with you. He doesn't want to be put on any affidavit. He doesn't want to be named at anything. But operationally, he leads everything. So I just assumed that because I'm the lead on this, I have to commission.
After you commissioned this affidavits,
Yes.
what did you do with them?
I provided the affidavits to him.
You gave them to Chief Perumal,
That is correct.
and then the three of you flew back to Johannesburg. What happened?
So when we flew back, then I can't remember at what point did they come back to me, because remember I have to record in the docket that I'm filing this affidavit in the docket, which I did.
No, I'm more interested in, you are done with the interview, you
Yes.
are in Cape Town, you are now coming back to Johannesburg. Did the three of you fly to Johannesburg together?
No, I think the two of us, I advocated myself, we flew back, then he flew back to East London.
Yes. Where I'm leading to is, was there a time during the 6th when Chief Perumal was alone with Mr. Adams and the two of you, being you and Advocate Ramsamy, were not there?
Yeah, there is a possibility that we were not together at all the times.
On the 6th?
On the 6th, yes.
And then while Mr. Adams was there, because it may be that you are not together at the same time, but Mr. Adams is also nowhere around. During the period when Mr. Adams is around,
No, I missed the question.
yes, was there an occasion or a moment when the two of you were somewhere else and Mr. Perumal was alone with Mr. Adams?
No, that never occurred.
After your meeting where you took the supplementary affidavit, was there an arrangement perhaps to meet again on the same day with Mr. Adams by any one of you? That was made in your presence?
No, Chair and Commissioners, there was no arrangement.
Did you sleep in Cape Town that day and come back the following day, or did you come back on the same day,
No, we came the following day.
the 7th of January?
That is correct, Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Rapeshu, you indicated in your exchange with the commissioners that you needed to then record the interview and the affidavits and put that into the docket.
That is correct.
I know you've given us a portion of an investigation diary where you do that as an example. If you can go to page 40 of your annexures.
Which table flag, Ms. Bowen?
My apologies, Chair, it's MRR 5.
Thank you.
You will see there at the beginning, is that the entry that you did post after your consultation with Mr. Adams?
That is correct, Chair.
And if Mr. Perumal did an affidavit, would it also be recorded in this diary, if it were possible that he did?
That was supposed to be recorded, Chair.
And then, just for completeness, at paragraph 40, you note there that after the consultation, you took 4 supplementaries.
That is correct, Chair.
And
Ms. Bo, he said something about the docket. Can you just, what did you put the supplementaries in the docket?
Yes, I put the supplementaries in the docket.
Was that on the 7th,
Yes, that will be on the next day.
on the next day?
Yes.
And then were there any other affidavits in the dockets besides the ones that you commissioned?
No, Chair.
at paragraph 40, you indicate that there's a matter of serious concern that you saw, including that there's A1. There's since been an A1 affidavit in the Mokwele matter that purports to have been commissioned on the 6th of January. You see that?
That is correct.
Can you,
Yeah.
in sum, just explain what your concern is there?
So my concern is, on the day in question, there were only 4 supplementary affidavits that were obtained. And if that purported A1 is indicated that was obtained on that day, on the 6th, it was not obtained in my presence. So I'm basically also indicating that if there is a possibility that it was obtained on that day, well, I can't dispute that, but it was obtained not in my presence. I also indicate that the information that Mr. Fadil Adams provided to us on that day, he never said anything about what was contained in that A1. And it could not be that it was obtained on that day because that information was not readily available at that time.
And just for completeness, if you can go to file 9 at page 3483. Are you there?
I'm there, Commissioners.
Is that the affidavit, at least one of the affidavits that were concerning to you? If you look at the affidavit, if you go to page 3484, you'll see there that it's dated 6 January 2025, and it says it was signed in Cape Town. Then it was commissioned by Mr. Perumal, and it includes his stamp.
Yes, this is the affidavit that I was indicating that I'm concerned with. And just to put it clear, I don't know this affidavit, and I've never seen it until it was presented here.
All right, thank you. And then just to just clarify with you, you didn't see the disclosed dockets
No, I didn't see the disclosed docket.
because by then you were already removed from the matter. That would have been,
That is correct.
all right, thank you.
On that, ordinarily, these supplementary affidavits, you say you put them in the docket, would they have been, and it may be an obvious question or has an obvious answer, but I would like to get it on record. These supplementary affidavits that you put in the docket, would they be part of what gets disclosed to the accused in the process of the process in court?
That should be the way you have put it, Commissioner.
So if all was done properly, or if proper disclosure was made, when we look at the docket that is presently sitting with the accused, we should find your supplementary affidavits in there.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay.
The question I asked you earlier about what you put in the dockets, the affidavits that you commissioned, if they were not in the dockets when the dockets were shared with the accused, that can only mean that somebody swapped the affidavits that you commissioned for the affidavit that Advocate Poe is showing you now.
That is correct, Chair. Not only swapping, it can also be that the others were hidden so that they cannot be, so it can either be.
In fact, it seems to me that, and please comment and tell me if I'm correct, that even if there were a legitimate or a proper explanation for the Perumal affidavits, I'm going to call them the Perumal affidavits, a proper and full disclosure would mean both his affidavits and your supplementary affidavits have to be disclosed.
That is
because
correct.
They are all part of the docket.
That is correct,
I'm
Commissioner.
correct with that. Thank you.
Even if, or let me just put it like this, because there was already an A1, the reason for us to go there was to obtain a supplementary. Even if there was a statement that was supposed to be obtained by Mr. Perumal that day, it was supposed to be marked as supplementary also because it's supplementing something. It cannot be that it's just an A1 without any mention of supplementary or what.
Now, in this interview with Mr. Adams, and I just want to use as an example one of the your supplementary statements. So the one at 3493. 3493. And that's your supplementary affidavit, which deals with the allegations about the PKTT.
That is correct.
And the use of the Secret Service funds, right?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay. So you have not seen the original 27 affidavit, which speaks about the PKTT. You hadn't seen it at this time. No, as far as Mr. Perumal and Ms. Johnson
yes.
are concerned, you've never seen that affidavit when you meet with Mr. Adams, right?
Thank you, Commissioner, yes.
Okay. But you are now in a meeting with the complainant in the presence of Mr. Perumal. What do you do? Do you say to him, what do you have to tell us about the political killing system? How did you manage that? And did Mr. Perumal not stop you? Did he sit quietly as you are talking about the PKTT with this complainant?
The witness just volunteered the information. And from what I was gathering, when Mr. Perumal was trying to interject or maybe say something, he was just pushing him. It looked like maybe they fought about something because he didn't even want to entertain him. So the witness just volunteered this information and we put it exactly as he was saying.
Yes.
And now this information now is now corroborating what I've explained already that I saw on the 27th, because he was explaining the same information and on the same sequence.
Okay, so when he volunteered, as you say, and again, I'm using this PKTT as an example, the others as well, your supplementary statements that speak about Madondo, the forklift, my question applies to them as well. So when he speaks about the PKTT, he didn't express any surprise. Why are we talking about the PKTT? Because I never said anything about the PKTT.
Not at all, Chair.
There was no issue.
There was no issue.
So when you take his supplementary, you understood from that interaction that he's building, he knows he's building on the section 27.
That is correct,
He spoke
Chair.
about these various topics.
That is correct, Chair.
Okay.
So just to indicate further, the same name of Dlamini also came up.
Yes.
And I also informed him that I know Dlamini.
Yes.
So we had a small conversation about it, but we left it at that.
And Chief Perumal didn't say, but we are here to talk about Mukwele. Why is he talking about these?
No, he never said anything.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Boy.
Just to complete your point about the Cape Town Pretoria affidavits commissioned by Chief Perumal, you said they too should have been named supplementary affidavits. May I take you to page 3483? That's one of Chief Perumal's affidavits, or rather affidavits commissioned by him. You see there between the tram lines at the top of 3483, there it says affidavit. An affidavit is not preceded by supplementary.
That is correct, Chair. I confirm that.
Yes, whereas if you compare it with the affidavit at 3485, which was commissioned by you, there you do have supplementary before affidavit.
That is correct, Chair. I confirm that, Chair.
All right, thank you.
And then, Chair, to make one last point on this topic, we've handed up 3 documents. I'll just deal with one, the one that's related, that has the presentation attached. It's an email dated Thursday, 16 January 2025. Just to avoid referring to the exhibit, I propose that we number it as the next annexure to his statement and to mark it MRR 12. Oh, goodness. My apologies. Apparently, I said 13 January. It's 16 January. The email.
Oh yeah, the time 13:31:01.
Yes.
Thank you.
We will be using it
And you say we should call it 12 or 13?
MRR 12.
12. Oh, thank you.
We will be using it for a different point, but on this aspect, if you go to page 5 of the presentation, this presentation was provided by the witness this morning, hence the late edition. So you'll see from the email that it comes from Mr. Perumal, and it's sent to Ms. Ramsamy and Mr. Raphesu and Mr. Parayachi. And the subject line says diversion presentation. The aspect that we want to draw your attention to is at page 5. Can you go to page 5 of the presentation and the second bullet point?
I'm there, Chair. Yes, on page 5, the second bullet point, Chief Perumal, on his presentation that he has drafted, he is confirming that we traveled to Cape Town and we obtained supplementary affidavits from the witness. And from this, he's only talking about the supplementaries. He's not talking about any other affidavits that he has obtained. That is an official presentation that he has prepared. Can I also elaborate on?
Yes, Commissioners, the witness also wanted to complete the point related to the section 27 that he saw, and that this presentation corroborates that. If we can go to slide 2 or page 2, and then you can explain from there.
I think you should go to page 3, the top.
No, page 2, so because it outlines all of
Oh, yes.
yeah.
The background of the matter is explained. It's explaining the gist of the matter about what was on the section 27. One is talking about the forklift matter. The third one is talking about the promotions and vettings. Then the fourth is talking about the PKTT, and it explains now what I was explaining that I saw on the 27th. So that information that I was relating, Chief Perumal now, is putting it in his presentation, which is at point number 4.
22 January 2025.
That is correct, Chair.
The presentation is dated 22, but it was sent to the team on the 16th of January.
And this presentation, was it delivered?
It was delivered, Chair and Commissioner.
And it's delivered as in it was presented?
It was presented. I think Advocate Ramsamy will talk more, because on the day of the presentation, she also added from the prosecution side. Then she'll be able to explain it further. I just wanted to indicate that that fact that I said I saw initially when I was browsing quick, it is now reflected on the presentation that was prepared by Chief Perumal.
Did you attend the presentation?
Yes, I was present at the presentation.
Was Ms. Johnson present?
She was present.
So Ms. Johnson was aware, as at the date of that presentation, that you went and consulted and you are working off a section 27 referral that deals with those items.
That is correct, Chair and Commissioner.
Thank you.
In fact, the cover email says the presentation is to be submitted to her.
That is correct, Commissioner.
So the email of 16 January.
That is correct, Commissioner.
But to corroborate Advocate Ramsamy's page 1 of the presentation, what the project was named, if you can just display that. Just very quickly, do you know where the name comes from? Why was it called Operation Diversion?
Chair and Commissioners, I don't know where the name came from, but I know it was called Project Diversion.
Enlighten us.
I can't say more, I just know that it was called diversion. But as to how did it come about, I don't know.
Sorry, Ms. Boy. Just perhaps even if it's just for completeness, in that page 3 of the presentation, the very last paragraph, it says, and further suspects, this is the Member of Parliament, he makes the allegation about General Kumalo, senior managers, together with General Lushaba, for abusing COVID funds. And then this is the part, and further suspects that the National Commissioner, General Masemula, may be involved in some of these allegations. Do you recall Mr. Adams saying that in your consultation? And if he did he say more than just I suspect? Did he say why, if he did?
I can't recall this part, but also I can't dispute that it might have been said. So I
You have
can't,
no recollection?
I don't have any recollection of this, Chair.
Thank
and
you.
Commissioner.
Number 3 at page 2. What was that about? Was it about the Brigadier Mukwele matter or not?
At the time, it was just phrased as this. So the probable word that they may have been used is the BMW lady, but not the name.
I'm asking because...
No, I didn't read it properly.
Yes.
Yes, there were no names mentioned here. It was just phrased as it is.
Yes. I want to see how we relate this or do not relate it to a point you made earlier, which was that there was no mention of the Mukwele matter at some stage early on. Can you just give me clarification with regard to number 3 and what you said earlier?
I will start it when we were grouping the cases. It was Lushaba, Madondo, Forklift, and PKTT.
Yes.
So...
And that was because there was no issue about...
There was no, yes. So if the name could have came up, it would have maybe just randomly came, but not in a context of it being a case to be investigated.
As the presentation was being made, were you able to understand how number 3 could suddenly have featured?
No, it was not. I couldn't.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Rapeshu, maybe to take you back to something you said earlier in the morning, and I hope my recollection is correct. When you were saying the 2 matters that you were involved in, you specifically said you were involved in the Lushaba matter, and then you said you were involved in the Madondo matter, which later became the Mukwele, or was then known as the Mukwele matter. And if I'm not mistaken, that Madondo matter was related to a promotion, and it had vetting issues, and that, am I incorrect?
You had me correct, but the issue now is, from the 4, I don't know, because I was removed, I don't know when did Mukwele overtake the Madondo. So that's why I was just phrasing it in that context, that at the beginning, there was no Mukwele, but suddenly then there was Mukwele now overtaking the Madondo.
So what this means is that number 3 could well have been referring to the Madondo matter.
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Then, I think that should cover your consultation. I want to say for now. Yeah. I'm hopeful, Commissioner
Ms.
Kumalo,
Bowe-
that you won't
Ms.
need
Bowe,
it.
are you done with the notes that are MRR4? I just wanted to check something. If you are closing that part,
No, you can proceed, Commissioner Baloyi.
okay. Mr. Rapeshu, your notes that we were looking at earlier, they start at page 31. And it's really a short question. If you look at page 32, and that whole page seems to be concerned with the housebreaking at General Lushaba, the housebreaking matter, or the General Lushaba matter.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Now, you have there certain telephone numbers of two people as a side note, and one of them is Feroz Khan, and the other is Ian Small Smith. Do you remember why, who gave you these, and why, what were you to do, if anything, with these numbers? If you remember.
If I remember well, these numbers were provided by Chief Perumal, and Mr. Feroz Khan was one of the people that was identified that he will shed more light about the topic that we were talking about.
About the Lushaba matter. Well, maybe.
Yes, about the Lushaba matter.
Because the page looks like a Lushaba discussion.
It was mentioned that he will shed more light, and I think it has something to do with the reporting or something. It has something to do with the lost items that were reported to Khan, something like that.
Okay. So he would shed light on that.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay. And then the second name, is that a subs person? Ian Small Smith?
Hey, I can't remember.
Okay, you don't remember what was
I
said
can't
about
remember
him.
what was it all about.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bowe.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. I'm advised by Advocate Siegels Nube that Mr. Ian Small-Smith is an attorney.
I thought there might be another one in the subs.
My apologies. And that I'm advised is according to Ms. Ramsamy. It was a poor. Hey, here's a double, triple. Commissioners, we are then going to move to the next topic, which is the instructions to subpoena General Lushaba's bank records. Mr. Raphesu, can you just explain briefly what happened in this regard, the instruction and how it came about?
What has actually happened is Advocate Ramsamy came to my office with a piece of paper indicating that the head of the office, Advocate Johnson, wanted me to draft a Section 28 subpoena. So I had a conversation with Advocate Ramsamy to say, but this we can't do because we don't have anything in the docket that talks to that. And I was raising my concern to say, if we do this, I'm not going to be able to explain tomorrow why I subpoenaed these documents. So I must say I was very harsh.
Was it the first time you heard about this 50 million rand need to get a subpoena or a matter relating to this?
At that point, it was the first time I was hearing it. So I was a bit harsh on her to say, no, I can't do, like, I even used those words that we use yeah. So, but eventually, she said that she's going to take my message back to the head of the office to say, so she wanted me to put it in a nicer way. So I did send a WhatsApp to say, can we at least stall or maybe wait until we get further information before we move on this?
And just so that we can, let's go to your message. Although I'm interested in the harsh language, but I'll just proceed to the message that you sent. If we can go to file 10 at page 172.
Yeah, I can see.
Okay. And you'll see there, this is from Advocate Ramsami's phone. It's screenshots that she took for her statement. And you'll see there's a message on the 11th of December 2024.
That is correct.
And up there it also says forwarded.
That is correct.
Can you read that message?
Good morning, Advocate Drew. I have noted your instructions to prepare the Section 28. I was suggesting that we stall or park it until we consult with the complainant. The reason being that his affidavit are not drafted properly. We need to consult with him so that we may be in a better position to do same. I'll prepare them in the meantime so that after consultation we can move. We could move faster. Thanks.
So it is now this the message that you sent?
That is correct, Commissioners.
Advocate Ramsamy testified that she then forwarded this message to the ID.
Maybe before you do that, the complainant that you referred to in your message to Advocate Ramsamy, who are you referring to when you say we need to consult with the complainant?
I'm referring to Mr. Fadil Adams, Commissioner.
Because you thought that this comes out of his complaint?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
After you sent the message to Ms. Ramsamy, what happened? Did she get back to you about?
She did get back to me, but she indicated that the ID did not take kind of me questioning her. So we were summoned now to Advocate Johnson's office, where now she now instructed me to draft the Section 28, and that's now when she explained that she got information about the 50 million, the slush funds and other things. So she also instructed me that I must do those 28 as in now, because she wants to sign them before she left the office.
And did she indicate where this information was coming from and or which docket it was even related to?
No, it was not mentioned.
And just an earlier thing that you said Ms. Ramsamy came in with a piece of paper. What was on the piece of paper?
On the piece of paper, it was just information about General Lushaba, but what I could pick up there, it was the ID number. So I had to do those subpoena on his ID number. Remember, the banks that he's banking with, we will not have, I don't think they will have got them. So the instruction was to use the ID number.
The instruction was to use the ID number, and then would you then send to all banks?
That is correct.
Then can we just go to the email? If you can go to page 173 of file 10.
I'm there.
Is that the email that you sent?
That is correct.
And why did you put that subject line?
The subject line, I think I did deliberately so that it can stand out from the others, just to show that there was a problem with this thing. So I wanted to be able to identify it sometime in the future so that I can be able to point out that there was an issue with that instruction.
So what was your choice?
Please
What was-
read that subject line into the record.
Section what?
Thank you. And then if we can go to the section what itself. They are on the following page. If we can just go to the next page, 17. The first thing to note is on the following page, there's a number of annexures. Can you see that in gray blocks?
That is correct. I
Those
can
are
see.
the summons that you sent.
That
the
is
draft.
correct.
And then if you go to the next page, is this one of the summons?
That is
you
correct,
drafted
Chair. Commissioners.
For Advocate Johnson to sign?
That is correct.
Now, if we go to Annexure A, on page 176, you will note
there.
there that there's a background, right? Correct?
That is correct.
And when you look at the background, you indicate, my apologies.
No, I'm following. It's fine.
My apologies, it's me who can't see.
Oh.
In the background, you indicate the nature of the investigation that's been undertaken, that there's an investigation in terms of Section 1A. Can you see that?
That is, I can see.
But at the time, what was authorized would have been a Section 2813 in relation to the referral from Mr. Adams.
Yes, Chair, I noticed that, and I accept that it is an error on my part. It was supposed to be 2813. So the reason why it is because due to the pressure and the time that I was supposed to generate this document, I now went into the matter that I indicated that I was working on previously. So I just did a copy and paste thing. So I did not change the Section 1 to 13.
And then, but this was then checked and signed by the ID.
That is correct, Chair.
And just in the ordinary course, when you are preparing these, do they go directly to the ID, or is there a process through which they go up the chain?
The process it's supposed to be that the PM, project manager, is the one that is supposed to escalate those things and also to issue there's something that we call an LAR number. So it's a sequence of numbers where they follow each other to be able to track or to manage how the Section 28s are being controlled. So the process was supposed to be, it should move from myself to a project manager, then from the project manager to her office. But it did not move in that way. It went straight to her office this time.
And to your knowledge, for this case in particular, or this project, was there a project manager at the time you were involved?
No, there was not.
And just lastly on this topic, I know you communicated your issues in the text, but in the meeting, did you convey to Advocate Johnson that the issuing of this subpoena in the circumstances of very little evidence would be problematic?
I didn't even get a chance to speak. So I assumed that when Advocate Ramsamy went to her, she said enough. So I didn't even get the chance to speak. I was just told what to do.
Did you consider the meeting a consultation, or was it really just to receive the instruction?
No, it was just there to give the instructions.
Thank you. Then, oh, my pleasure.
Just lastly from me on this, and because you were the investigator, I think you were the lead investigator, and you are the one that prepared this summons, maybe to get a comment from you. It's in fact what I want to propose or put to you for your comment, that this summons about the 50 million rand, in the absence of an underlying complaint or allegation properly that was given to you, like the Section 27 referral, in the absence of a complaint properly lodged, this process of a summons is a misuse of the Section 28(13) process.
That is correct, Chair.
That is so.
That is correct.
Thank you.
And then, just out of interest, did this process ever yield any bank statements? Or by the time a response was received from the banks, you were no longer on this matter?
No, we got some results back, but when we received those, usually we give to the financial investigator to analyze, because sometimes it's a huge document. So what I will do is I will collect from the banks, and when everything is done, then I will provide it to the financial investigator. But I was removed before that process could finish.
Thank you. Then if we can go to paragraph 43 of your statement.
Paragraph 53.
No, my apologies, 43 on page 15.
Oh.
You indicated there that you made a report.
That is correct. I continued with the investigation on the Lushaba matter. I subsequently produced a report on the findings of the investigation. Then I submitted the report to Chief Perumal.
And then in relation to the Mukweli matter?
In relation to the Mukweli matter, I refused to work on that matter or to be involved in that matter, because while I was busy with the Lushaba matter, I became aware that Mr. Perumal and Mr. Padiachi were meeting some of the witnesses, I can say in the corners. They were meeting in some places that I was not aware of. So what will actually happen is they were booked in a hotel. So because I'm local, after work I will just go home. Then when they are at the hotel, they were making arrangements to meet people, which they were bringing affidavits that I was not aware of. So I took issue with that. I reported to Advocate Ramsamy and Mr. Sisoko to say this is what is happening, they must deal with the matter. Eventually, I requested to be removed from that matter, and I was removed from the investigation of that case only.
And as a lead investigator, are the two other investigators allowed to proceed with investigations and interviews without you?
No, they were not allowed to. What should have happened is, even if they informed me that they are going, what was going to be, let me phrase it this way. If they they informed me that there was a witness that they are going to see, and I have agreed to say, no, it's fine, then it will not be a problem. But for them just to identify someone and go and interview those people without my knowledge, that was not supposed to happen like that. Also, the prosecution lead indicates that before an affidavit can be authorized, or it must be discussed with the lead prosecutor. So when Advocate Ramsamy comes with the presentation, I think she will be able to complete that part where she will explain what the processes were supposed to be. But from your question, they were not supposed to have done that.
And do you know what kind of affidavits were being collected?
From what I was informed also is that there was an affidavit of a 204 that had already been obtained and that I was not aware of. So I took issue with that also.
And at what stage was that 204 taken, to your knowledge? When was it?
I could say that it was just in the beginning of the start of the investigation.
And why were you taking issue with that?
I'm taking issue with the issue of 204s because the normal standard practice it will be you investigate your case properly, so then when at least you are faced with the situation that you can't move anywhere or anyhow, that is the time that you can start considering those things. So, but to start obtaining 204 statement just in the beginning of the investigation, to me, it sounded like this thing is directed somewhere or somehow.
And just for clarity, what is a 204?
A 204 is a statement that is obtained from, we call them person of interest, but is a suspect. So we obtain that statement from the suspect that he will incriminate himself on the subject matter that is being investigated. Then he is assisting with the investigation on that.
And you say how soon, because the investigation was authorized on the 6th of December, how soon did they start collecting this 204?
No, I can just say just some days after that.
And then this also deals, commissioners, with the paragraphs 48 to 51. But just on the last answer that you gave, why is it problematic to get a 204 so early in the investigation?
It is a problem because you are running a risk of being misled by this person of interest, because he can actually divert or push you into a wrong path. Instead of obtaining the subjective investigation yourself, so that even if you are approaching someone, you can be able to detect if he's lying or what. So it is not advisable to start things at that way.
And so it was your view that this investigation was being directed in a particular way?
That is correct. That is the reason why I refused and said I can't get involved into this thing.
And when you raised these issues with Ms. Ramsamy and Mr. Sisoko, did you get any feedback?
No, they gave me feedback. They indicated that I should continue concentrating on the Lushaba matter, and the other matter, the other two guys will continue with it. So that meant that because I was a lead on all these cases, then that means from the day that I was removed, then Mr. Padiachi assumed the responsibility of being a lead on that other matter.
On the Mukweli matter?
That is correct.
And you then retained the Lushaba matter?
That is correct.
Right. Chair, We are going to move on to the next subtopic. Maybe just to say that the recent exchange would deal with paragraphs 48 to 51 of the statement. What remains is a consultation with Mr. O'Sullivan and the disciplinary proceedings that were instituted against the witness.
Let's continue and see
How far we can
how
get.
it goes, yeah.
Now let's deal with your consultation with Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, which takes place on the 13th of January. You deal with this at paragraph 45 onwards of your affidavit.
Yes, I was instructed to contact Mr. O'Sullivan and to find out from him what he was investigating and whether he had reported or opened a case, so that if there was a case open, so that we can go and also collect the case. So during the interview, or just before the interview, he sent me 2 emails. On the emails, it's the document that I've already explained, the letter and the report that I've already indicated. So on the email...
Just one second. Commissioners, there would have been 2 other documents handed up. It's 2 emails, both dated Monday, 13 January 2025. The first is sent at 14:11. And there is the directive of the minister attached. That was the annexure in that email. If we can mark that annexure.
Which one do we mark first, the thicker one or
The one with the letter attached. This would be the thinner one.
the thinner one? Thank you. So 13, 1, 3.
Yes. And then the second email was sent on the same day, Monday, 13 January 2025 at 14:28, which contains Ms. Mukwele's details. And that can be marked MRR 14. Yes, Mr. Rapessu, you're explaining about the 2 annexures?
Yes, the 2 annexures, I printed them as they are, then I recorded them in the docket to be filed. So I also made an entry in the diary of the docket.
And just for the record, the entry is annexure MRR 5. If you go to page 40. Mr. Raphesu, at page 40, is that where you recorded the consultation?
That is correct. At page 40, I confirm. That is the entry.
Is it the one dated 15 January 2025?
That is correct.
15 or 18?
That is the 15th commissioners
Thank you.
and chair.
And is that where you then recorded the additional documents?
That is correct, chair.
Yeah, I won't dare to read your...
Ms. Paul, when you first mentioned these emails, I thought you had said they were copied to Advocate Johnson, but that came from you, so I don't think the witness said that.
Yes, it came from me. There was a little mistake with the cover emails. It's not the complete cover emails, but the witness can explain who was covered. There's a trailing email.
That is correct.
Mr. Raphesu, can you explain that what happened when you were looking at the emails that were sent?
That is correct, chair. When I was looking at the emails, there is a trail that shows that this email was sent already to Advocate Johnson,
By Mr. O'Sullivan.
but by Mr. O'Sullivan, yes.
Date?
At first, I thought it's 5 December, but it should be 5th of January.
But you say that email trail is somewhere, so it can be provided
No, on the laptop it shows is there.
during lunch?
Yes, Ms. Nube is just trying to see if we can project it quickly, but it does copy the ID and General Sibia on the 5th of January 2025. But we will
That is correct.
ensure that copies are provided.
When Ms. Johnson said to us, as she testified, that she has never had any dealings with Mr. O'Sullivan relating to this matter, these matters, the Mukwele matter in particular, I think that's what she was asked. According to those emails, that would not be correct because she would have received an email from him.
That I can confirm that there is an email directed to her on the 5th, if I stand to be corrected.
Okay.
That one I can confirm.
Thank you.
Thank you. That should deal with your consultation with Mr. O'Sullivan. Did he?
Ms. Bowe, maybe for the record, you referred to MRR.
It's MRR5.
Yeah, you referred to a directive from the minister, but the record doesn't know what you're talking about. Maybe for the record, you should say what is attached there.
Attached to the email, perhaps the annexure MRR13 is the directive of the minister relating to Crime Intelligence Ports of Entry and Political Killings Task Team dated 31 December 2024.
It's what we have, has been referred to in this commission as the disbandment letter, PKTT
Correctly.
disbandment letter. Thank you.
Precisely.
And you say you got this from Mr. O'Sullivan.
That is correct, Chair.
Did he say where he got it from?
No, it didn't say, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, I'm advised that the attorneys do have that. I'm just going to ask them to hand that up so that you can have it quickly. It's relevant also for a different set of individuals. Yes, we're going to flight. Oh, my apologies. I was confused. I didn't know we have the screen in front of the witness, so I was pleasantly surprised. In the screen in front of you, we have projected the email concerned, and you'll see it's Monday on the 13th is where you have an attachment,
That is correct.
and that would have been the disbandment letter. And then if you scroll down, you will see the trailing email. And there it's dated the 5th of January 2025. And it's addressed to, for the record, for the public purposes, we've redacted the recipient, but that is Ms. Mukwele. And then copied in that is General Sibia and Advocate Johnson.
And Minister.
And
Minister.
Minister Mkhunu is also copied. My apologies. Don't look at the redacted version. If you look at the version on the hard copy, you'll see that there is also a, I can't pronounce that surname, but SMK at SAPS. So it's General Sibia, Advocate Johnson, this individual, and Minister Mkhunu, who are all copied. And in it, I've been made to understand that this email in particular was dealt with at the time Mr. O'Sullivan was before the commission. And this was his email to Ms. Mqwelo indicating a couple of questions that he had, demanding a response from her by a particular date.
And the response is to render, I'm looking at the next page, maybe we have that. So the response is where he says within 14 days, and he wants her to do all of those things, 1, 2, 3. Is that the
Yes,
response you
yes.
wanted from her?
And Mr. Raphesu, you confirmed that this was one of the things that Mr. O'Sullivan was bringing to your attention.
I confirm, Chair.
Thank you. Now, you say that after the meeting, you gave feedback to the team. Does this include the documents that were provided, including this email?
Correct, Chair, Commissioners.
Thank you. Now, the last topic that you deal with in your statement relates to the disciplinary proceedings against you. Oh, my apologies. Correctly done, this is actually follows on to the first page of the cover page in MRR 13. So if you look at the bottom of the page, it'll say page 2, and this one that you just got will say page 3. So we'll just have to insert it properly into everybody's files. Then we can move to the disciplinary proceedings against you. Can you summarize what happened in this regard?
Commissioners, around that time, it was a time when I was questioning or refusing to work on this matter, and the chief was not happy that I was also indicating that they cannot do any of the investigation without informing me. So he took issue with that. So on the 10th of February, I was called to the head's office, Advocate Johnson. So on arrival, I was presented with the correspondence, or let me just call it a letter, that was addressed to me, indicating that disciplinary action has been instituted against me, and that I have 7 days to respond to the said letter. I was instructed to hand over everything that was in my position, meaning I have to hand over all the dockets, documents, everything that was in my position. I did do so. I handed everything. Then I left the building.
All right. On that paragraph, the letter that was sent to you is MRR 6, which is at page 43. And just in sum, what were you being accused of? And in relation to what matter?
I was being accused of leaking information. So I was informed that I phoned, at that time, I was not provided with the name of the person that I was alleged to have phoned, but it was indicated that I phoned a person of interest. The person of interest will be a suspect, and informed him about information that is investigated by IDAC. And I informed this person that there was an ongoing investigation against him, and I gave him the name of the investigator who was investigating him.
And this was in relation to which matter?
I can't say in relation to a matter because it was just allegations put like that. But later on, I became aware that this person that is alleged that I phoned, it was Mr. Cedric Ngabinde.
So in essence, the ID was telling you that she received a call from Mr. Ngabinde claiming that you had informed him of an investigation against him.
That is correct.
And then after this letter that you received, what then happened? You wrote back?
I then responded to the allegations indicating, can I be, oh yes. I then responded to the allegation indicating and denying that I leaked information to Mr. Ngabinde, and I also put a version of what had actually transpired prior to this incident happening. Just to cut it short, on my response, I indicated that the person who actually phoned Ngabinde, it was Mr. Perumal, Chief Perumal. And he instructed or maybe spoke to Ngabinde to phone the ID and make those allegations. So in my reply, basically, I'm putting it to her that she should not be looking at me. She should be looking at the people she's working with, which is Mr. Perumal and Mr. Padiachi.
Okay.
So at the same time, I was also offering myself to say I'm willing to go through a polygraphy test to prove that I didn't make that call.
And you were also volunteering your cell data?
I also volunteered my cell phone data. I also volunteered and gave permission that they can check my phone if they want.
And just so that we cover this basis, assuming that there was some investigation into Mr. Ngabinde, Advocate Johnson accused you of sharing information about an investigation with the suspect or a person of interest in that investigation.
That is correct.
Thank you. And now you then get another letter. This one is dated the 26th. And that is MRR 8.
Whilst you are finding it, what was Mr. Ngabinde being investigated for, do you know?
I didn't even know what was the investigation about.
Oh, all right. Maybe you've said this already, but let me just ask anyway. And this is Minister Mkunu's Chief of Staff.
Is this Minister Mkunu's Chief of Staff, Chair?
Chair, two witnesses will deal with this aspect, Ms. Ramsamy and Mr. Sisoko, in detail, the investigation part.
Thank you.
Just ask a slightly different question. You deposed to that one affidavit about the handling of the dockets, and you said it's because of what was said in Parliament, in the ad hoc committee. Did you follow all of Ms. Johnson's evidence? And I'm asking because I seem to recall, and I'm trying to find it here, on this Ngabinde matter,
That is correct.
Did you follow that part of it?
I did, Chair and Commissioner.
And it came up in the context of a rogue that General Mkwanazi had said there are
That is-
rogues. Do you remember that
I
context?
remember, Commissioner.
Can you just remind me what she said about the Nkabinde complaint, or complaint, in fact, I think, to IDAC?
Chair and Commissioner, if I remember well, she said that Ngabinde had called her and made false allegations against one of investigators. So I can't remember if there was a follow-up or what actually happened after that, but I remember those words.
My recollection, and correct me if I'm wrong, is she testified that when they followed up, there was no response from him, and that matter went nowhere. In fact, they found that the allegations were false.
That is correct.
Is that how you remember it? Okay.
That is correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Boy.
Thank you. Then you get a further letter on the 26th,
That is correct.
and that letter is attached as MRR 8 at page 50.
That is correct.
My apologies, I just missed that an affidavit that you did, which is MRR 9.
On mine, same 52.
Yes. And there, in that affidavit, you again explained your position.
In the affidavit, I'm explaining my position, and I'm also indicating that there were further charges or further accusations that were made. And I'm also denying those further allegations.
Do you recall what the essence of those further allegations were?
I think they will be contained in the letter that I received before. I don't know if it's attached. No. The meeting was in person.
Okay.
So it could be that,
Is it where you say you attended a meeting on the 2nd of April 2025?
that is correct.
And that is at paragraph 3 on page 52.
52. That is correct.
And what was the essence of those new allegations or additional allegations?
In fact, they were just trying to substantiate and to put more information that will try to indicate that it was indeed me who phoned, and they were trying to supplement it further to qualify that I'm actually the person who contacted Mr. Ngabinde.
Okay, and in that paragraph, paragraph 3, you say there that you were informed also that Mr. Mbalo, who was the investigator of this issue, was
Yes.
appointed as an investigator on this matter. I was also informed that Mr. Mbalo tried in vain to obtain an affidavit from the person who called the ID, which I was informed that it was Mr. Cedric Ngabinde, who is currently working as the staff officer in the Minister of Police. So they told you that they were not even able to obtain a statement from Mr. Ngabinde.
Yes, there's one of the reasons why I requested that he provide an affidavit. I knew that he will not provide because this thing was just concocted. It was just fabricated to look like it's legit. So I requested that he put an affidavit so that he can put, I can't use.
You can say it in whatever way. We are multilingual.
No, I wanted him to bind himself legally that he's saying that I did that, so that he can have consequences. So, but he refused to write the affidavit. And also, I need to indicate that Mr. Mbalo, he's from East London with Mr. Perumal. So the fact that they put him as an IO on this matter, it then meant that obviously Chief Perumal will be guiding the investigation. So it then means that Mr. Perumal will be a referee and a player in this, process. So why I'm saying that is he's actually a complainant because he's the one that said Nkabinde must phone. He's also a witness because when the phone was made, he was with the head of the office, Andrea Johnson. He's also a suspect because he's the one that orchestrated this thing. Also, he's now the IO again of the same matter.
Okay.
Besides coming from the same town or city, were they close?
They were very
not-
close.
I'm asking because I'm not close to everybody who comes from my hometown.
Actually, just to give context, Mr. Mbalo was a TRT member. He was one of the guards of Chief Perumal. So eventually, he became the investigator. He's now working under Chief Perumal. So you can see from there that they are very close.
No, that answers me. Thank you.
Do you know when this investigation started into you, or when the call was made?
I did not even know the date, the time, or the duration of the call, because Nkabinde told them straight that actually when Mbalo indicated to me that he requested that information from Nkabinde, Mr. Nkabinde told them that he can't remember when the call was made. And it's recorded on my affidavit that this is what Mbalo said to me. So as things stand, I don't have the date of the call. I don't have the date in the form of hours, minutes, or seconds. I don't even know the duration of that call. It was never put to me that on this date I did this. I don't know when that call was made.
And are you aware when the ID launched an investigation into you?
I will presume that on that day that I was informed, on the day that I was informed that Mr. Mbalo is the IO, I presumed that that was the start.
Okay.
Ms. Pewa, if you look at page 43, if you hadn't, and you have from paragraph 7 there, and 8, 9, that's Ms. Johnson. Maybe you want to put it to the witness, it might refresh what discussion they had.
So now if you go to page 43 at paragraph 7,
Correct?
you'll see there in the letter, Advocate Johnson records that she started receiving the calls on the 29th. You see that?
That is correct.
And that it's only on the 30th when
Yes.
she got an opportunity to speak with that person.
That is correct, but also these dates relates to the dates when she received a call, allegedly received a call from Nkabinde. The actual call to Nkabinde, no one is talking about it, where he's alleging that he received a call from myself.
Okay. And then just I want to point your attention to something else. If we can go into file 10. My apologies, Commissioner Khumalo. At page 245,
I'm there.
All right. You will see there is a screenshot that was provided by Ms. Ramsamy.
Okay.
And then you'll see that on the 30th, there is a conversation that's happening. The first message is at 13:45. You see that?
I can see that,
And
Chair.
it says, "Afternoon, Advocate Johnson, please advise authorization for the NGAB standalone. Must it be done as a Section 2813 or 28.1? And then there's a response to that, and it says, "We'll check. We will need to talk. Something terrible has happened. Whatever you do, don't discuss anything with NGAB with Mansa. When you hear what I have to say, your heart will break. And that's at 13:55. And then Ms. Ramsamy responds and says, we have been keeping that between Mr. S, myself, and Dylan.
I
And
see.
then if you go on to the next message at 14:05, Advocate Johnson responds and says, "Don't talk to Mr. S either. I have to figure some things out. It's bad." Then there's a response from Ms. Ramsamy, says, "I won't. I'm worried now." Now, this seems to be a conversation about an authorization on an investigation related to Ms. Nkabinde. Did you know anything about this investigation?
No, I didn't know anything about it.
And it seems that Ms. Ramsamy confirms that they've been keeping this between herself, Mr. S, and Dylan.
No, I saw that.
And just to confirm, who's Mr. S?
Mr. S would be Mr. Sisoko.
So at this stage, you had no knowledge of an investigation into Mr. Nkabinde, and clearly one of the people involved is saying that this investigation was kept between the three people.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Commissioners, I propose to move past this to cover the last thing, which is his grievance that he then files during this process. Can we then go to paragraph 61 on page 19? Can you explain the process that you followed in lodging the grievance and what has happened in regard to that grievance?
I subsequently decided to lodge a grievance after I have sent numerous emails asking about the progress of this investigation. So since the 7th of February, we are now in October. Nothing is happening. Everyone is quiet. There's no information about the polygraphy. There's nothing. There's no update. So I decided to send emails to say what is happening. None of the response is coming. On the 24th, I decided to file a grievance to say I've been investigated from this day, still today, no one is saying fuck all about this thing. Oh.
Yes, nobody has said anything about the matter.
That is correct.
And after your grievance was filed, what happened? Was there a response to the grievance?
As we're sitting here, there's nothing. I have not heard anything since then.
And
So
then
what actually happened is I happened to get information that at some point after the grievance, there was, I don't know whether to say panic or maybe a retaliation or what. So Nkabinde was contacted again to say, hey bro, things have changed now. So I don't know how they managed to persuade him to file an affidavit. So I'm informed there's an affidavit and it was obtained after I lodged the grievance. I'm also informed that there's a case that was opened, section 41(6), against me. So I can't say anything further than that, just the information that I've received. And also, I need to indicate that Mr. Padiachi was going around the office telling people that I've put his life in danger. And he was accusing me of putting his life in danger because one of the accusations was that I put his name as an investigator. So I'm just putting it.
You told Mr. Nkabinde that Mr. Padiachi was the investigator?
That is correct.
Okay.
So, but I'm hoping it will turn out that he is not part of this, because if he is, then I don't know. But my belief is that him and Dylan Perumal, they are the ones that orchestrated this thing.
And just for clarity, what is a section 41(6) investigation?
The section 41(6) investigation is, I think advocate tried to explain it yesterday to say, you are barred from sharing information about cases that you're investigating with outside people, or maybe sometimes with other colleagues that are not designated. It's along those lines.
And have you ever seen that kind of inquiry, 41(6), being conducted internally at IDAC?
I have never. This should be the first one. Alternatively, maybe if there was, I was not aware of.
Right. Thank you. And you've also mentioned that despite various follow-ups, nothing has since come out of any of these processes.
Fuck all.
And then, I mean, you just reiterate towards your end of your statement that you believe that this was orchestrated by Chief Perumal.
That is correct.
And then the last thing that you deal with is your conclusion, where you set out what you intend to do.
So I'm indicating in my conclusion that I'm intending to open a criminal case. So the reason why I didn't open a case then is because I didn't want it to look like I'm countering whatever that they were investigating against me. So I wanted their process to finish so that I can continue. So it looks like they don't want it to finish. So basically, I've been investigated forever and there's no outcome in this. So I'm gonna ask that, I think I'll speak to advocate, because there are processes when you have to open cases and other things. But my intention is to open a criminal case, and I'm hoping that the commission will also assist by providing investigators to take over that case, because I don't want it to land on wrong hands somewhere. So that's basically what, in short, yes, that's what I'm intending to do.
So, Mr. Rapessu, one question. You say in that paragraph 63 that there is a section 2813 investigation.
That is correct.
That was instituted.
That is correct.
Okay. Yeah, I think it seems wrong to me, because section 2813 permits investigations to enable the ID to determine if there are reasonable grounds in terms of subsection 1A of 28.
It might be wrong, I accept, but remember, I'm working with information. I'm not even sure whether it's 1 or it's 13. I'm just assuming that it will
But you were told there was an investigation under section 28.
Yes, maybe I can just leave it to say there was investigation on the section 41(6).
I see, yes, I think better that way. Are you, sorry, you want to say something
I
on
was
this?
going to say, Commissioner Baloyi, there is indeed a section 2813, and Mr. Sissoko is going to deal with that process. Yes.
Okay. Are you presently on duty, or you've been suspended?
I am presently on duty, sitting in my corner, Yana, somewhere.
You are performing functions?
Yeah, but with restrictions, Chair and Commissioner.
Okay. Thank you.
Just to understand, what restrictions have been put in?
I was provided with the restrictions that I cannot investigate any matter that has to deal with any submatters, security cluster, that will include all the people that are sitting in the security cluster. I'm barred from investigating those cases.
So you can proceed with all the other investigations into the Zondo recommendations?
That is correct.
Okay. That aren't related to the security sector cluster?
That is correct.
All right. Thank you. And CI would be included in the security cluster, so you wouldn't be...
That is correct.
Okay. Those are my questions, unless there's something else that you want to say.
No, I'm okay. I'm fine.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Rapeshu. Commissioners, there aren't any questions from me.
Maybe I will leave it for Advocate Ramsamy. In the chats you were looking at, there's one of the 6th of January 2025, where after the Cape Town consultation, she sends the chat to Advocate Johnson to update her about the Cape Town trip and the supplementaries, just to corroborate what this witness said. But maybe because it's Advocate Ramsamy's chat, she will speak to it when she comes back.
All right. Yes, Commissioner. All right. Part two. I'm advised it will be covered in part 2.
Thank you. Before we go